Would like to call back to order the Pasco County Board of County Commissioner meeting of June 22nd, 2021. A reminder to everyone present, please silence all electronic devices and mute your microphones. This is a public hearing, and I want to warn you that I've been warned that the noise got a little loud in the Planning Commission. If that happens here today, then we'll ask you to leave, and then we'll carry on business. But we're not going to be disrupted by loud noises, no clapping, no cheering, no hollering while you're in this room. So we respect you, and we want to be able to hear you and carry out our business. Okay? With that, now we will proceed with public hearing agenda, starting with ordinances.
Mr. Chairman, item P44 is an ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, amending Chapter 18, Building and Building Regulations to eliminate local requirements that conflict with House Bill 735 of the 2021 legislative session, amending the definition of contractor to remove the requirements for local licensing in various trades, and adding language as necessary to clarify scopes of various license categories, providing for applicability, providing for repealer, providing for severability, and providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. As the board is aware, the House and Senate passed House Bill 35, which preempted local governments from regulating, for having certain local licenses. The ordinance before you is an attempt to remove those licenses which are now prohibited under state law or under the House bill, and to make us compliant if that bill is signed by the governor. As you heard from your lobbyist today, that while this bill has not yet been signed, it has an effective date of July 1st if it is signed, and so this was your last meeting to bring something forward to get you into compliance. It has an effective date of either when the governor signs it or July 1st, whichever occurs later. But the changes to Chapter 18 are merely to bring your ordinance in compliance with what we believe to be state law.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mariano?
Yeah, Jack Mariano, thank
These
you.
mics aren't on, by the way.
Are they or not?
No. Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, this is,
They're very low if they're on.
it's really low.
Okay. Mr.
Okay.
County Attorney, I guess my question would be, we have a rule with commercial permitting that goes on, that if you're going to do any work on your commercial property, you have to have a contractor do it. When I look at these trades that are in there listed in this list, should we be adjusting our code or considering adjusting our code where these do not become part of that commercial investment that has to be done?
Commercial investment that has to be done.
So if someone wants to go do decorative stone, marble, granite, terrazzo, plastering, interior remodeling, cabinetry, and the state legislature says you don't need a permit for it. I mean, you have to pay
State law
this
says
fee.
you don't have to have a licensed contractor do
Do
it,
it.
not that you don't have to have a permit.
But our ordinance that we have in place, I think, makes us have a licensed contractor doing the work for a remodel of a commercial building.
Well, but the remodel of a commercial building is not covered by this House bill. So, I mean, this ordinance is designed merely to cover what the legislature is preempting you. If you want to change, so I would argue that if you're working on a commercial structure, you're going to need either a general contractor, a licensed general contractor, or be under the supervision of a licensed general contractor. I mean, that's 489 has not changed with this. That's not a local licensure issue.
But my point is, if I can have someone doing all these type of works, without being a contractor,
right?
should I look at my commercial policy in my permitting code to say that I have to have a licensed contractor doing work that the state says you don't even need someone to have a license for it?
If they are doing the work which is not, that doesn't require a license, then they can do it without being a licensed contractor. I mean, if you look at the, if you look at the way the sections have been amended, they have added on to aluminum contractor, to masonry contractor, to concrete contractor, an exception for the things that they don't need a local license for anymore. Drywall contractor. So I don't believe that, it sounds like that what you're asking for is something that is not covered by 735.
Not covered by it, but it seems as a contradiction as far as if you don't need a license for it, but I'm doing work on a commercial building, obviously residential doesn't matter, that I wouldn't need to go, I
Well, the
could,
same rules apply to residential as a commercial, so.
well, I think we have it, if you're a commercial owner, you can't do the work yourself, you've got to hire somebody to go do it.
Correct. You get, well,
You have your
if
residence, I don't have to hire anybody, I can do more work myself or hire it, either way.
If you're talking about pulling an owner permit, which you can do if you're the owner of the property. That is an exception. You can be your own general contractor by pulling an owner permit.
As a commercial? Or just
Well,
a residential?
In almost every instance, the commercial property is owned by a corporation, and so it would not qualify. I haven't gone back to look recently at whether or not that exemption is just for residential. But if the property is owned by an LLC, you can't pull an owner permit.
Okay, let's say I'm an individual, I have a piece of commercial property. Can I just do the work without even pulling a permit if I use one of those trades?
If you would not otherwise need a permit, and you're only doing those things, yes.
Okay,
I mean,
that's all I need to know.
But what I don't want you to come away with is, that's an issue of whether or not it was a required local licensure, not whether they needed a general contractor to do the job.
If I can have someone doing the work and they don't need a license for it, why would there be any extra qualifications needed?
But if the work they're doing requires licensure,
This is saying it doesn't.
other than state law licensure, they still need state law licensure.
Okay, all right, I get you now. We just can do it locally.
It's
Right.
not-
Got it.
This is,
Okay.
all we're doing
I
is
gotcha.
taking away the
Okay.
local requirement.
Okay.
Okay?
got it. Yep, thank you. That helps tremendously. Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is anyone on the WebEx
So, no, sir, we don't have anyone on the website as of right now.
to speak this item? Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
No one is here to speak on this item, sir.
Seeing none, move for approval.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Roll call vote, because it's an ordinance.
Okay, roll call vote.
Did we ask if anyone in the audience wanted to speak to this matter?
Yes, they did. You did.
Okay, I just had signed up, but.
They would be signed
Is
up.
there anybody in the audience that was here for this item, just to be in an abundance?
Or wants to speak to the audience,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, roll call vote.
Okay.
District 2, Commissioner Moore. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to P45.
Sir, I'm sorry. Item P44, I was not able to provide proof prior to the
Okay,
reading. If I
proof.
could do it now.
Yeah.
Item P44 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on June 9th, 2021.
Okay, now proof for P45.
Yes, sir. Item P45 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 28th, 2021.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. Item P45 is PDD 210353. This is a ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners, and this was actually listed as a continuance item. So the request is to continue to the August 24th, 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Move to continue time certain?
Got a motion? Anybody gonna give me a second?
You want a second?
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor for moving this item to time certain, say aye.
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 Is this also roll call?
No.
No, okay. All right, motion passed 5-0. Move to the next item, P46, proof.
Item P46 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 21st, 2021.
P46 is PDD 210360. This is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use maps 2-15 and sheet 14, changing from Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre, to COM, commercial, on approximately 4.906 acres of real property located on the southeast corner of Boyette Road and Overpass Road, providing for repealer severability and an effective date. This comes to you with a recommendation to adopt the comprehensive plan amendment by roll call vote, please.
Okay. Is anyone signed up to speak on WebEx or email?
I have no one on WebEx, and voted on not emails this afternoon, I believe,
Okay, that's right.
And no one has signed up for this item.
Okay, does anyone in the audience want to speak to this item? Seeing no one, pleasure of the board.
Move for approval.
Second?
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor by roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick. District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 4-0. Move on to P47. Proof.
Item P47 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 21st, 2021.
This is PDD 210361. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use maps 2-15 and sheet 05, changing from Res 1, residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, to COM, commercial, on approximately 4 acres of property located on the northeast corner of Shady Hills Road and Helen K. Drive, providing for repealer severability and an effective date. This comes to you with a recommendation to adopt the comprehensive plan amendment by roll call vote, please.
Anyone sign up to speak to this item?
No one is on WebEx for this item, and no one has signed up from the audience to speak on this
Is there
item.
anyone in the audience wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, by roll call vote?
Move approval?
Second.
Okay.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick. District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 4-0. Okay. Next items are public hearing. Mr. Steinsteiner, will you read the procedures?
Be happy to, Mr. Chairman. There are 2 rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found in the board's Land Development Code.
Okay. You want to swear them in this time?
Yes, sir. If you are here to speak on the remaining items, if you could please stand to be sworn in.
Those who are here for 53 do not need to.
Okay. Not 53.
53 is a legislative item. It's not quasi judicial. You don't need to, you don't need to be sworn
for
in.
Item
But
number
you can
53.
get sworn in if you want.
Okay.
Doesn't take any more time.
All right.
If you're here for 53, you do not need to stand up and be sworn in, is what he just stated.
They're not, I don't think.
If you're here for the other items.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, wait, I see one. Okay, are you here to speak on an item other than 53? Hold on. If
Wait,
you could please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Only one?
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Okay, proof, P48.
Item P48 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on May 26, 2021.
Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development, PDD 217535. This is a zoning amendment, White Marlin LLC, Davin Joseph Rooks Drive. It's for a change in zoning from AR Agricultural Residential District to an R1MH, Single Family Mobile Home District. This item comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Department.
Okay. You have anyone signed up to speak? Is there anyone here to speak against this item?
Thanks. I got it.
No, I have no one signed up
No
as
one
well.
signed up?
And no one on WebEx.
Nobody on record.
But this
Okay.
almost works better.
It will remain on consent. Go to P49. Proof.
Item P49 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on May 26, 2021.
PDD 2021-7538, zoning amendment, Lyndon L. and Sue Ann Green. Is for a change in zoning from a R1MH, Single Family Mobile Home District, to a C2, General Commercial District. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Department.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak against this item?
I have no one signed up to speak against this item and no one on WebEx for this item either.
Okay, it remains on consent. P50, proof.
Item P50 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 28, 2021.
That's PDD 217533. It's a zoning amendment, Creighton Boyette and Overpass MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, Creighton Companies LLC, so for a rezoning from an AR Agricultural Residential District and an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow the development of a maximum of 27,000 square feet of non-residential uses on approximately 4.95 acres. This comes to you with a recommendation from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak against this item? Seeing no one, do you have anyone on WebEx or signed up?
No one has signed up, and I have no one on WebEx for this
Okay.
item.
Leave it on consent. P51.
Item P51 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on June 2nd, 2021.
P51 is PW 210026. It's the Tiger Trail Paving Assessment Number 3393 for the amount of $137,239. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
Okay. Anyone to speak against the PVAS, P51?
I have an individual signed up for P51.
Okay,
Janet Holloman.
all right, let's pull that from consent. Is that the last? Pull that from consent. And then,
And Mr. Chairman,
yes,
and maybe I need help from the attorney on P50. Yes, I need to make sure they're agreeing to a tree in front of every house in the front.
This is commercial.
Us commercial?
Commercial, yes.
The one on Boyette?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong picture.
Okay.
Keep me on, make sure I'm doing it right, so that I make you agree to every one that I can.
Okay, we're going to P52, proof.
Item P52 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on June 2nd, 2021.
It's PW 210034, Driftwood Village 2, paving assessment number 3434, and it's in the amount of $522,349. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
I got it.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak against this item? Come forward. You're speaking against?
Speaking again, so why don't you pull off 52 as well?
Okay, excuse me, just wait. Pull off 52, and we'll come back to it.
And that's the end of your consent agenda.
Rest of the consent.
Second.
Under
Okay.
discussion, did I miss any that I need to say you have to put a tree in front of the
You
house?
did not. It's all commercial that's coming to you today.
I'm glad we got that straight. so. Okay, I've got a motion and a second to approve the consent items.
Up. Got to keep your phones turned off. Okay,
I'm waiting on,
You just gotta call the
I've
vote.
got a motion and a second.
yeah,
All in favor, say aye.
you got to call.
All-
Call it.
okay. All those for say aye.
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 Okay, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Now, the items we pull were
51 and 52.
51 and 52.
So for item P51,
There's Ansley.
okay. Thank you.
Is the call at Public Works. Good afternoon, Commissioners. PVAS number PW 21-0034. Can I have slides, please? Oh, it's Tiger Trail first. I'm sorry. Tiger Trail PVAS number 33. We're doing Tiger Trail.
Yeah, sorry.
Tiger, I apologize. Tiger Trail, PW 21-026, and PVAS number 3393. This is one road. It's non-county maintained. The estimated cost is $137,239.38. The maximum cost per ERU is $3,620 and $32.59. There's no discount in this project. Next, please. Of possible 41 votes, 26 returned their petition, which is 63%. 18 were in favor of the project, which is 69%. 8 were against the project, which is 31%. The annual installment is over a 15-year period, and the interest rate as advertised was 5%. Next. This is a location map. We have Peace Boulevard to the south and Little Ranch Road. Next, please. Just a couple of slides of the condition of the roads.
What road?
It was once paved.
Little Lake.
Staff is recommending approve.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
No, you
No.
haven't.
Do you have one individual who signed up?
One individual.
Janet Holloman. If you want to, please come up to the podium. You signed up for public comment on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm in favor of the project.
We just need your name and address for the record, please.
Janet Holloman, 16450 Tiger Trail.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm in favor of the project. I've lived out there for 38 years. When I moved out there, the subdivision called the Highlands had paved the road, but it was never maintained and it was never county-owned. My husband, in 2012, suffered a stroke. The ambulance couldn't even get down our road because of the potholes. 7 months out of the year, we cannot even access our yards because of the dust. The dust is terrible. So I'm in favor of the project, and I would appreciate it if you would vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd tell you, when I look at the roads, the conditions, just knowing where it was, and I saw the amount of only $36.32 to do it, I was amazed it was that cheap. When I see 69% of the people support it, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed 5-0.
They all could be that easy.
All right, we move on to P52.
PW 210034, Driftwood Village, BVAS number 3434. There are 7 roads in this project. They're county maintained and paved. The estimated project cost is $522,349, and the maximum cost per ERU is $2,901.94. The discounted amount is $85,588.20, and the maximum cost per ERU after the discount is $2,426.45. There were possible 180 votes. 69 were returned to us, which is equal to 38% which responded to the petition. Of that, which was returned to us, 37 or 54% was in favor, 32 or 46% was against. Installment is over a 10-year period, and the interest rate as advertised was 5%. Next, please. Location map of Driftwood Village 2. Next. Couple photographs of the roads.
He's saying it was advertised for 5%.
Staff is recommending approve.
Advertised a while ago,
Is there anyone else here to speak to this item?
not unless the board directs them to.
Madam in the back.
Come forward. Name and address for the clerk.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Tingley. I live at 8611 Woodcrest Drive. My home is one of the ones that's part of the assessment. I do not feel the paving assessment should go forward at this time. A couple of the reasons are, the homeowners association did a massive excavation project on our old golf course. All of our streets were lined with dump trucks. We couldn't get out of our driveways to go to work. We drove across our lawns some days. They had to do 3-point turns at the intersections of Water Oak, Island Pine, Salt Tree, all on Woodcrest Drive there. There were dozens of trucks a day lined up on Woodcrest Drive during the excavation project, to the point it was a problem for us. Excuse me. Another reason is the problem of poor patching of our potholes. I did send photos to show what's going on, and it has been going on, and thankfully the Public Works Operations Manager did reply to me and said he would handle the current ones. That doesn't address the 2-inch above the roadway that has been left by other pothole patches, which has caused a lot of our problems. The original ballot that was mailed, that was mentioned earlier, was responded by 39% of our residents. That is not a majority of us. Several of the homes that I spoke to weren't even in the area in August of 2020 because they were still under restrictions of COVID. I don't feel that that was an accurate representation for our group where we live, only because we have such a problem with those dump trucks and the garbage trucks doing those 3-point turns. We have no control of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr.
Anyone
Chairman?
else here to speak to this item? Commissioner Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if you look at this picture right here, this is very similar to Bear Creek. If you look how low that road is, it's below the gutters.
Yeah.
It's going to keep tough for the water to get to those gutters, and that's what a lot of Bear Creek's problem was over time. When I look at this assessment at only $2,400, it's extremely reasonable. 54% of the people that did respond, meant enough to them to respond. I think it's a clear message they want it done. For those that are low income and can't afford it, they do have other ways they can help defer the interest as far as this goes, so they can look at that if anyone has trouble with that, but I'm going to make motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, the interest rate at the time says 5.0%. Will it be the 5.0 or the 3.25?
At the time when it was advertised, it's 5%. Bear in mind, the board has agreed that the lower of the two prevailing interest rate when we actually put the project, if it passes approval, when we actually put it on the tax roll, will be used, the lower of the two.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, opposed like that? Okay. Motion passed 5-0. Now we move on to P53.
Item P53 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 7th, 2021.
Hear from Ms. Wilhite first.
No. Staff
Oh, staff,
presentation first.
yep.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
members of the board, I am Ed Zodian with Long Range. The matter before you, as you know, is CPAL 2015. Ridge Road is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. The proposal is to amend the future land use map 215, sheet 20, from Res 1, that's residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, to PD plan development for 10,000 square feet of commercial and 230 apartment units. It's located at the intersection of Ridge Road and Tanglewood Drive, and there will also be a text amendment for creating a sub-area policy and a map amendment creating a sub-area map. For your edification, there is a companion rezoning to MPUD for this matter. As you can see, the site is located on Ridge Road at Tanglewood Drive. The functional access for the project will be on Ridge Road. There'll be only emergency access on Tanglewood Drive. The developer will be bringing all the utilities to the site at its own cost. The flue in this area, interestingly enough, is original, so it's been there for about 35 years. This board knows that that amendment to the comprehensive plan has occurred several times since then, and the current version of the comprehensive plan, the effective comprehensive plan, includes the designation for urban service area, excuse me, which portends a more dense development. That, coupled with the fact that Ridge Road is now connecting to Suncoast Parkway here in the next 90 days, is going to change the character of this area radically.
Would you mind, just 'cause we have a lot of people here who won't understand the term, don't use acronyms, because we know what a flu is, but they may not know what.
I'm sorry, the FLU is the future land use, which was the original future land use when the comp plan was adopted. We feel that the following policies are consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed PD is a planned development, which is a mixture of residential and non-residential uses, and that the policy FLU for the area plan for the West Market area, 8.1.1, does include that it's an urban service area and that it promotes infill, redevelopment, compact use, and mixed use. As I said, the future land use in this area is original, and as you can see from the next slide, the future land use on all the sites surrounding this is Res 1. And it's been primarily a residential area with some business across the street. You do have the university, which is about 700 feet to the east.
College.
Excuse me, the college, I apologize. As well as the airport that's across the street. The subject property has one single-family residence. It's zoned ER. As I said, the proposed use is a PD, and it will require an amendment to the future land use. The existing future land use, as you can see, is Res 1. The proposed future land use is PD. Your staff feels that the proposal adheres to the principles of PD. It is located within the urban service area, and it meets the principles of the West Market area. Therefore, it does meet the criteria for consistency with the comprehensive plan. Since the developer is bringing the utilities to the site, there is going to be no issue with respect to the utility services or capacity, and none of the other internal departments have expressed a concern. The LPA on April 23rd met and voted 3-1 to deny the applicant's proposal. Your staff, however, recommends that the Board of County Commissioners find the amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and authorize the transmittal to the Department of Economic Opportunity and other reviewing agencies. And I'll be delighted to answer any questions you all may have.
Any questions?
Wait for the applicant.
Okay, thanks,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman?
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Explain to me, the Planning Commission voted to turn it down, and that used to be the case when the Planning Commission made a decision That became the recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners. Did we change that policy?
No, sir, they didn't even provide an explanation other than they thought it should stay residential. They never provided an explanation for what was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Commissioner, I think you're,
Yes,
in the past, this would have been the DRC. In the format of the DRC is, the county administrator and various other assistant county administrators. That did become the staff recommendation when it went to the DRC. When it began to go to the planning commission, planning development's recommendation doesn't change regardless of the planning commission. So you actually get two recommendations, one from the planning commission on this case, and then
Okay.
one from P&D, because they are two separate entities.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Looking at the surrounding densities, everything around it says Res 1. Even beside it, there's like Res 3 and Res 9 to the side. If you would have to classify what this would have been for a development, would it be the Res 12 or Res 24 category to make it fit if it wasn't called a PD?
I think that the PD is the only item that should be considered because by virtue of its location, realizing that the county has spent about $140 million to improve Ridge Road from Little to where it's going to connect at Suncoast. That's a substantial investment, and Res 1 is probably not going to be the long-term use for the area.
All right, looking at what's around it, though, compared to the densities, it is a dramatic shift in a rural development to go to this way. Have you looked at the roadways, Tango Drive going down, with the school going down there, and the traffic implications that could happen with extra traffic going down? Because from what I heard from the residents that I spoke with, and I've had meeting with the residents, as well as the developer, they're worried about how much traffic is going to be, because they can't manage the roadway when school's coming in and coming out with what's there now, never mind add 230 more apartments there.
Again,
Have you
the
looked at that?
functional acts,
Please don't do that.
please.
Please do not do that.
again, the functional access will be on Ridge Road, and it's emergency access only on Tanglewood. So the traffic is directed internally onto Ridge Road.
And if someone was going to go down to, let's say, 54, and they were going to travel down to Starkey Park or somewhere down in 54, one of those developments, which way do you think they're going to go? Do you think they're going to go either way, or they're going to go down Tanglewood?
I don't know the answer to that question, sir, I'm sorry.
Please.
All right. One other question, as far as the utilities, right now you say you developers going to bring in the utilities.
That's right.
When they bring them in, are these people going to be expected to connect to that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
a question for you. If you go back a couple, maybe go back one or two slides, please. Keep going. Right there. Oh, go back. Thank you. At the planning commission meeting, there's a school board representative there, because here it says no concerns with police, fire, or schools. So my question is, do we know what statements were made by the representative from the school board at the planning commission meeting?
The school board indicated to me that they were going to reserve their comments until the MPUD came.
Okay, so there was no comment. How did that person vote at the planning commission meeting? The school board representative?
I do not recall.
Well, somebody has it on record, so.
Right.
So when we find that out. I mean, like, before we keep moving on, let's find out real quick.
do we know that? Denise, you know?
I will find it out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know?
I do have one question.
I know, but I want it for the record. I'm not gonna say which one because I wasn't there. I need it to be out.
A rural area, what constitutes a rural area versus suburban area?
Well, in this case, the services and the infrastructure is being put in place, so this is transcending from the rural to a more urban area.
I'm not sure that that's correct.
That's right.
We'll see here. Okay.
Here we go, Terry's got an answer.
Nectario Pitos, Planning and Development. So the Res 1 future land use that exists there today is a sprawl density. It's one dwelling unit per acre. And this is within the urban service area boundary, which calls for not sprawl density, which is another factor that goes into why this development is consistent in terms of the increasing of intensity along Ridge Road that connects major arterials to the Suncoast.
Is Res 1 considered rural?
Res 1 is a sprawl suburban density. It is not rural, though.
I didn't think so. Thank you. I think we're going to hear from the applicant.
With this, Mr. Chairman, with the sewer lines, it was stated they were bringing 4 miles of sewers, which would cost about $1 million, but they wouldn't even be able to connect to those sewer lines without Pasco County creating an additional pump or an additional structure.
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, if they were to develop the sewer infrastructure, they would need a force main to connect to our system. So they're bringing a force main to something miles, as well as having a pump station in order to connect into that system.
Okay, but as the way that they're constructing it, they're not even able to connect to the main unless we go ahead and move forward with septic to sewer later, if we ever. No?
Now, they're mutually exclusive. I mean, as a condition of this development, they would need to connect to central water and sewer, I believe, and in which case it'd be incumbent upon the developer to bring the utilities in. The capacity exists, they just need the pipes brought to the site.
Correct, to that property, but I'm talking about Tanglewood. They cannot even connect to it. We would have to go further in a process before.
That would be a completely separate project that would.
Thank you. So they cannot.
And that is not contemplated.
Correct.
Yeah.
That completes staff, except for we're waiting on that answer. But Barbara, while we're waiting on that, you can come do your presentation.
It's the other one.
So if I could, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The school board representative voted to deny staff's recommendation of approval. So he did not vote in favor of the item.
Mr. Hernandez, could you push that button so we can get you on the record, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. The school board representative voted to deny staff's recommendation of approval.
Okay.
I'll do my name and address for the record.
Okay.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Newport Richey, Florida, Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, Florida, 34652. It's been so long since I've been here. I can answer the question about the school board member at Planning Commission because I was there. School board, as a school board representative, went through a review of the project and raised no objection as a school board. Mr. Williams is allowed to vote on his personal opinions, and he voted against it. But we have the documentation on behalf of the school board that they have no objection to the project. We've got it. Thank you, commissioners. I have my team here with me, Jeremy Couch from Tampa Civil, Steve Henry, Links & Associates, Steve McConaughey, the developer from Charleston Communities. I also have Doug Sanders from CNS Properties, CNS Companies, who did our airport airspace analysis, and Steve Booth is here representing the longtime property owner of this property, Carolyn Sells. As staff has told you, this is a 20-acre property on Ridge Road. Excuse me. Got to learn how to use this again. All right. We've set this slide out to show you all the job growth. Your investment in the Angeline project is one of the major drivers of my client's interest in making a $50 million investment in this area. There's quite a lot of job growth in 20 minutes of the site. Our project, 230 residential Class A apartment units, a 10,000 square foot mixed-use commercial office building, vertically integrated with loft apartments. Don't think I've ever said that before you. Staff has asked us to do that form of development and do mudroom, and this project is going to do that. We're incorporating a public park with dog park and gazebo. We're proposing to relocate one of your bus stops so it integrates with both the residential, the non-residential, and the community park. Our traffic distribution is 60% will travel west on Ridge Road, 37% east on Ridge Road, 3% of our project traffic will be on Tanglewood Drive. I have my traffic engineer here, which on rebuttal will go through his traffic studies. We have no project access to Tanglewood. As you're aware, Ridge Road is an arterial
Wait a
highway.
minute, Barbara. If there's any more outbursts, then we'll clear the room. So don't want that. We're here for a public hearing, and let her finish.
Ridge Road is a 4-lane arterial highway, similar to 52 and 54. Ridge Road is being extended, as staff has explained to you, $147 million investment between existing Ridge Road that you've done from Little to Moon Lake, and then from Moon Lake to the interchange, including the interchange. It's $147 million. Because of that, when we did our traffic study, after this project, your V over C ratio, that's your volume to capacity ratio for Ridge Road, it will operate at 0.77. I've never stood here and said that before regarding a project, because I usually come here and it's 1.2, 1.3. My clients need variations. So your road, because of your $147 million investment, is under capacity now and will be under capacity as you extend it to the Suncoast Parkway. The questions have been answered about the water and sewer, so I won't go over that. This, obviously, you know your infrastructure. What's unique to this site, too, is the amount of infrastructure. There is a bus stop right at its front door with 2 major routes being served. You can go all over West Pasco and not have a car and use what you've already invested in. There's 2 routes that I laid out there. The parks and trails are pretty unique as well. You've spent a lot of money in your Ridge Road extension, getting a multi-use path from where it exists now all the way down to the Suncoast Parkway. So you'll be able to take this, go from this project out the front door, go all the way to the Suncoast Parkway, use the Suncoast Parkway. You can also go to the west and go to Warner Boyce State Park, which is a 4,000-acre state park. And you have further plans to even continue to have more trail infrastructure that this project will have the benefit of. For schools, 663 feet of the State College, that's the 132-acre campus in that area. Currently zoned for Cypress Creek Elementary, Ridge Road Middle, Cypress Elementary, excuse me, Ridge Road Middle, and River Ridge High. This is the capacity analysis that the school board did when they sent a letter of no objection. The schools are all under capacity. Your staff has laid out to you some of the land use history, has original zoning, original land use. Quite a bit of work has occurred in the last 35 years. In 2006, you did a major update to your comp plan. You picked where your rural areas were. You picked your rural area protections, and this is not even close to anywhere rural. In 2008, you brought ULI in connection with the Pasco Economic Development Council, and they suggested that you start breaking down your county and setting a vision for different areas of your county. And you did that. In 2010, you established the different market areas. You very purposely included this in the West Market area and the urban concentration area. It doesn't happen that way. It happens because that's where you invested in the infrastructure. So there's facts that come into play when you do planning, and you've been planning for this project for a very long time. In the 2010 amendment, you never went through and updated your comp plan consistent with those, and so that's why we're here today. If you would have done that, we wouldn't be doing this case by case. You would be amending your comp plan in its entirety like you did in 2006, 15 years ago. But this comprehensive plan amendment absolutely 100% implements your vision and your comp plan policies that you put in place starting in 2006. Res 1, as you heard from your planning director, is sprawl suburban density. Res 1 is no longer consistent with the comp plan. If I came in and asked you for Res 1 on this property, develop it as Res 1, you would deny it. Your staff would recommend denial. Market area vision, our project to the T, is exactly what your vision is for the West Market area. Compact, mixed-use development, infill, redevelopment. You're redeveloping a site from one unit on 20 acres to a site that has the densities that you are incentivizing and asking for in your urban service area. The West Market area, choice of living, working, shopping, education, employment, and leisure. Living, this gives a variety of housing types. Working, we've got this complex, the VA, we've got the State College, we've got Angeline. Shopping, we're within a mile walking distance to shopping. Education, schools, walking distance to a state college. And leisure, you can bike, you can go on a bus, you can go to a state park, all within a reasonable distance. You don't have to get in your car. Urban concentration area, specific policies, financial incentives, review priority. You do that because you get your best bang for your buck by making sure that you put density where your investment's already made. This is your rural area map. As you can see, this area is nowhere near that. In fact, your staff did a presentation to the PEDC, and I sit on the board of the PEDC, about Ridge Road Extension. And one of the facts that I thought was interesting in their presentation was that 178 residents live within the 2-mile area in this area, 178,000 within 2 miles. This is not rural. In 2013, you took your comp plan even further after ULI and after the market areas. You took another step, and you hired somebody to do an actual redevelopment and infill plan. That was done with lots of public participation, and you adopted that plan in 2013. We are in the central district. This property absolutely fits within, and when I show you my concept plans, the site plan, we'll go over that, but we're providing parks, open spaces, connected street networks, and a mixed-use infill project. Other thing that's really interesting about this project, because it's infill and because all the infrastructure is there, these mobility fees can go to other project impacts. It's $3.2 million in impact and building fees. Taxes, right now the property pays $8,000 a year in taxes. It'll be $800,000 a year after this project. $800,000 a year in an area where you have all your infrastructure. Goes right to your general fund. The school board alone will have $300,000. The average surrounding lots are contributing to the county in $2,500 per unit. This project will be $3,200 per unit. One of the things that my client has pointed out, that a project like his becomes an income consolidator as new people come and want to be in his $50 million project, and the incomes that will come to live in here aggregate $13.8 million, which will then go into your area, into your restaurants, into your shops, into your small businesses. And that's what brings up an area. That's why you do redevelopment, because it's by that kind of money coming into an area, by my client's investment, that we all reap the benefits from that in our small businesses and reap the benefits. The comp plan talks about compatibility. We've been very sensitive in our site design regarding compatibility, very thoughtful. We've worked on this a whole bunch. This is version 11. Some of the things that we did was sensitive design to put our ponds where our adjacencies are. This is our mixed-use building, restaurants on the bottom, loft apartments on the top. It has an arcade here, a covered space, cantilevers here, so you'll have open space here so people can come, sit outside, have coffee, work on their laptops, or they can go into the community park and also be able to work on their laptops if they're going to school, or they just want to break from working from home, or the like. This is we've clustered in the middle of the site, purposely done it that way. The comp plan provides regarding buffering. We have special attention to buffering here and here. There's 4 residents on this side. I'll show you the buffering that we're proposing here in addition to our ponds. This is over 300 feet from the nearest residence on this side, which is about a football field. Same thing over here. This is what we're proposing for our landscape buffer on the west side. It's Arbor Verde, Florida Green Giant. It's different from what your code requires. It well exceeds the code, and will provide a nice buffer there. These are a little hard to see, but what the point of this is to show you, this is Tanglewood, this is Ridge Road, and this shows you on this property line here, there's a lot of existing vegetation, both on the adjacent property owner as well as this property, and we are going to maintain that existing vegetation buffer and supplement it in that area. I do have I want to just briefly talk about this airspace analysis. I do have a presentation which we'll do in rebuttal, so we can answer the questions of the residents, and that's why I do it that way. But just a brief overview, we did do an airspace analysis after Planning Commission. Unfortunately, because my mic was turned off, I wasn't able to respond regarding any of the airport issues. I'm so glad I can be here in person because it's been tough, you know, with a year of being turned off when you really have information that would be helpful and guide good decisions. This is the FAA determination. There's a couple things you look at, and which is vertical obstructions. The FAA has determined that this project will not be a vertical obstruction. It will not have any hazard, a vertical hazard to that airport. It was questioned whether when FAA did this, they knew about the airport. So I hired an expert and said, would you do an actual study on this location, this project, and that airport? Which he did. This depicts the different areas of protection. That when you look at an airport, you look at vertical hazards, you look at runway protection zones. These here are the runway protection zones. Our project is over here. There's another thing called land use compatibility, which you learned about and heard about with regard to the other airport project. Land use compatibility applies to public airports, but I had my expert look at, well, what would be the land use compatibility zone if this was a public use airport? And that's this yellow line. This project falls outside of that. So the statutes talk about a few things. They talk about airport hazards, they talk about runway protection areas, and they talk about land use compatibility. We fall outside of all of those. This project does not violate any of those statutes if you even had land use compatibility, which you don't. Drainage, what I'll point out here is this last sentence here. The project will provide a net improvement to drainage within the local sub-basin. Our project engineer is here and can respond to any public comment regarding that. And my last slide I want to share with you is something I found really interesting, which is you don't invest in a $50 million project without having rental criteria. Our residents will be income qualified, $60,000 to $65,000 per year to rent a unit within this project. The median household income in the Tanglewood area is $59,000. So these will be this neighbors to neighbors. They're not those people, and Tanglewood's not those people either. We're all people. The other thing is that all these projects have criminal background checks. You know, when somebody rents to you next door, the property next door to you, a lot of people don't do criminal background checks, but they do in these projects. And with that, my time is up. I thank you for that, and we'll be ready to respond to your public inquiries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well,
I know he is.
he got approved earlier, so.
So do you want to hang first and then we'll go?
Okay. All right, this is the public hearing, and first up to speak will be Craig Laporte.
Craig, Mr. Laporte,
Yes, he's gonna speak up. He can't.
you're up.
You're up.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't sign up deliberately so I could be the last one today.
Okay.
Mr. Harrison signed up first as counsel for Tanglewood.
Okay,
Okay.
we can take it. Thank you, Mr. Laporte. Then the first person signed up to speak is Richard Harrison.
Richard Harrison, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33602. I'm an attorney in Tampa, been practicing for 35 years. I'm board certified in city, county, and local government law. And I also happen to be the chairman of the Hillsborough County Land Use Appeals Board. I'm going to talk primarily about compatibility because I think we all realize that that's the issue of the day. And Commissioner Mariano, I'm going to answer the question in a minute that you asked that nobody seems to want to answer for you, so hang on. First, though, there is a process issue that I want to alert you to. I'm going to try to make the Elmo work here. If we can do that, bear with us. All right, this is their survey. The project site is made up of 2 parcels. The large parcel is 20.35 acres, and then the additional second parcel is this lot 16, which is actually part of Tanglewood. About 1.2 acres, total project site, 21.53 acres. This is their survey. The developer here seems oddly confused about what's actually in their own project. In the application, the original application filed October 2nd of 2020, they identified only the large tract, 20.35 acres, made no mention of the additional parcel. And these are 2 separate parcels, separate legal descriptions, separate parcel numbers. They amended in January of 21 and still only identified the large parcel, said nothing about the additional parcel. Finally, last month, they amended again and finally put into the application the second parcel number, which is a completely separate parcel of land, although they never updated the compiled acreage. That alone is odd, but here's the process issue. The legal notice that was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 7 is wrong. The legal notice only describes and shows in the map the large 20.35 acre parcel. And it's going to be hard to see on the Elmo, but we can offer copies to receive and file. What you can see if you get a close-up of this is that here's the map of the project site, and it excludes the additional 1.2 acre parcel. So,
Mr. Harrison, just for the record, so you know, when you go off mic, we can't hear you. So if you want to, it's just the end of it, you can turn it towards you, wherever you go.
thank you.
Yes.
So there's an issue with the legal notice. The legal notice is defective. It misrepresents affirmatively what is covered in this project because it tells people that it's only the 20.35 acres and specifically indicates that the additional 1.2 is not a part of the project. I don't know how you get that wrong as a developer, but that's important, and those are the facts, and that's all out of the case record on this. Now, let's talk about compatibility, because that's really the issue. Nobody is here suggesting that some increased density is not appropriate for this large tract. That's not the question of the day. The question of the day is whether the proposed project is appropriate for this tract. And I'm going to learn which way to put these, probably right around the time I run out of time. There we go. All right, so the project is located in the upper right-hand corner, and this shows you that Tanglewood literally surrounds this project site on 3 sides. You got Ridge Road to the north. Everything else around this 21.35 acres is Tanglewood. Here is a little closer look showing the project site with Tanglewood all around it. And just one last item. Tanglewood Road, which the developer wants to convince you nobody is going to use when they move into these 230 units, is the only access to Cypress Elementary. You're going to have other property owners in the neighborhood talk about those issues here shortly. But compatibility. Your comp plan lays out some guidelines to steer you in this decision. Policy FLU 1.10.1 talks about compatibility review and says your review shall include evaluation of existing, proposed, and anticipated transitions between land uses. So we're going to talk about transition here. Policy FLU 1.4.3 is called transitional land uses, and it says that you shall evaluate comp plan amendments to ensure that transitional land uses are provided between varying densities of residential land use designations. As we know, the current land use designation is Res 1. I don't know how to make that any larger. Can we zoom in on that? While you're zooming, I'll keep talking. But this is, again, out of your comp plan. Here are your designated land use categories. Someone earlier, may have been staff, said that Res 1 is not a rural land use classification. You can plainly see that it is right there under rural land use classifications. But Commissioner Mariano, to answer your question, what would the density of this project be if somebody told you what the density was? The short answer is we're blowing by Res 3, we're blowing by Res 6, we're blowing by Res 9, blowing by Res 12, and the answer to your question is based on developer's own calculation, which again is very hard to read, but we'll ask you to receive and file copies. According to their calculation, 230 apartments on 16 point something developable acres, when you accept out the wetlands, is almost just under 14 units per acre, 13.99. So that's the answer that nobody wants to give you, Commissioner. So they are into Res 24. So where is the transitional use between all of that Res 1 surrounding this 21.35 acres and this project, which is the equivalent of Res 24? There is no transitional use there. And no matter what they tell you about what the future holds, you've got to consider the current circumstances as well. This project is incompatible. Your own planning commission told you that. 2 of the 3 who voted against it explicitly said it's not compatible. And it's not. It's not compatible with anything around it. It will create an island of high-density Res 24 equivalent project in a sea of residential 1. It's not compatible, and you will have other folks who add to that point as well. Thank you very much.
Good comments. Yes, sir.
Which documents, sir, sir,
Sir.
which documents do you want received and filed? Because you said you wanted them received and filed, but then you've never gotten a motion from this board.
All right. What we have, and I'm not going to give you your own comp plan.
The newspaper notice is already in the record that you showed.
Right.
So I assume it was the survey and that last document that you
Yes,
showed,
and
but
the survey, which we have copies of, and the last document has no title on it, so let's just call it a site plan with density calculation. It has no name on it.
Please receive and file.
Second.
Are we allowed to ask him questions, or
Sure.
should we not? Okay.
you can ask
Can
them
you
questions.
go to Google Earth,
Can we
Google
get
Earth
a-
or Pasco
He's gonna call a
property?
motion. He's gonna call a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Already got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Harrison, if you could just hand them
Motion
to the,
passed.
I'll
Can
make
you
sure we
put
get
up the Pasco County Property Appraiser site? I think that's, maybe that's the easiest one to go to.
And Mr. Chairman, what is the square acreage, the total acreage? The total acreage? 20
The acreage that is on the newspaper ad is 20.35.
You go to record search and then the maps. That's how I do it.
Mr. Chairman, just while we're waiting for that to be pulled up, just a question for Mr. Steinschneider in reference to the gentleman's comments on the notice. County Attorney's opinion.
Right there, it says view map.
So all that you can change in the ordinance is that which has been advertised. So if the 20.35 acres is not the entire project, there's going to be a hiatus that's going to remain Res 1.
So that corner, and I'm sorry, what's your name again, sir?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Richard Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, okay, so Mr. Harrison mentioned, was that parcel 16
Yes.
was not included?
Parcel 16 was omitted from the published notice.
I can't see it on here, though.
Is it that pink?
Oh, here it is, right there, it's this one, right there. Okay.
Okay, can you go to this piece of property? You can do that by typing the address in, which I have no idea what it is. I can get it for you, I guess. 9640 Ridge Road. But don't zoom in too tight on it. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to take this long.
I don't think you put the period behind road, and if you want to spell out road.
Nine 9640.
Yeah.
Why is that taking so long? There it is. Right there. Okay, can you zoom out just a little bit? To the left of that property where it says Boyce Court, how many homes per acre are there?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
Those are not 1 acre homes. Those are smaller than 1 acre.
I don't know that answer.
Well, you can look at it, and you can see that. And then, if you click out of that and zoom out a little bit more, I see really dense over here at Bucks Run, Kirkland, Lumscomb, Airway, Piper. So I think there's all kinds of density in the area. Just commenting. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Moore?
For the county attorney, again. So I'm looking at the notice, I'm looking at the site plan, I'm looking at the survey boundaries. I guess this would be a question to you for staff and possibly the applicant as well. Instead of sitting here for 4 hours and waste everybody's time, can this move forward today?
Was it noticed properly?
Yeah, as it was noticed, because I'm looking, and that goes right through the retention areas, that's probably, I would assume, required under the development agreement to move forward with. And I'm sure the approvals were based on this area I'm looking at right now, which is probably a required retention area. So I guess that would be a question for Mr. Steinschneider, staff, and then let the applicant respond.
Let her step up. Yes, sir. You can stay up there, too. I don't know if you're through with
Or do you need to renotice this?
I
Well, I think Mr. Steinschneider needs to jump in.
Well, so the question becomes, is if they need PD on this piece of property and it is not included in the legal description, then it's a problem. If staff has rendered an opinion that they can put a pond in Res 1, then it's not a problem. But without matching everything up, I mean, in theory, all the property that is part of this development project should be in the same future land use classification.
So Barbara Wilhite for the applicant. As you've stated, that property is not to be developed residentially. It will have a pond on it. I have lots and lots and lots and lots of projects that have ponds that have more than one land use designation on it. As long as we're not developing it residentially with more than 1 unit per acre, there will be no units per acre on that property. It's fine for it to be Res 1 and for the remainder of the property to be PD.
Terry, you wanna?
Terry, come forward.
I mean, this is-
Terry Pitos again. Just for clarification, the question is, can ponds of certain developments be in a future land use of a neighbor? Can ponds of a certain developments be in a neighboring future land use? Is that the question?
Well, my question is, when you reviewed the project, I would assume you were taking this into consideration, correct? Of where the stormwater ponds would need to be. So this is included what we're looking at, what's being presented to us.
Generally, yes, but at the future land use level, we're not really into the site planning. So site planning really determines where ponds can go. However, I can say that there are a number of projects throughout the county that have placed their ponds on their property that is in a neighboring future land use in another one. So that, for example, there are lots of COM properties or lots of COM projects, I should say, that have portions of their property in a residential flue, and their pond is located in that residential flue.
So, continuing my questioning would be, are we going to have to come back and do this all over again for parcel or lot 16? Because if they're going to want to use this, we're going to have to go through the same exact process once again moving forward. Are we not?
You don't have to.
I think it's the planning director's opinion that they can put a pond in Res 1 and not
Not have it included.
have it included.
Okay, when,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Terry a question? Unless you had somewhere else to go, sorry.
Yes,
oh,
sir.
please go ahead.
All right, so Terry, talking about the transition with our comprehensive plan,
Sure.
um,
Let me grab
surrounding it,
Go ahead.
surrounding it is all Res 1,
Yes.
right? Beside it, you've got Res 3 and Res 9 further out. When you go further down, you get to College, then you get to Kenmore, Kirkland, you're gonna get closer to Suncoast Parkway. Would that be the place to put more densities down toward that way, or even back toward the other way where Little Road is, as opposed to right in the middle of a rural area?
Well, it's actually not a rural area, and I know what the chart was showing, and if you'll give me a second, I can grab my computer screen and put it on the Elmo, and I'll kind of show you the distinction of what's happening. It's a nuanced thing.
So the chart he showed where Res 1 is not considered rural at any time, or just in this case? Terry, the chart that he showed, it showed Res 1 in rural
Yes.
and also suburban.
Right, so that chart was showing rural in the rural portion of the table, and then and also it was showing it in a separate portion that wasn't rural. I forget the exact titling, but what's basically happening is the Res 1 is listed under the rural classification because it also exists in rural areas, and when that is the case, Res 1 is able to respond to the rural area. But when it's in the urban service area, it is not in a rural area, and therefore the Res 1 would not respond to the rural. It would respond to the urban service aspect of it. And so it's sprawl density. And so what I've got on my screen here, sorry, I gotta stay in the mic here. Let me see if I can organize this. Right this way. Sorry, it's a little low tech, using
Yeah.
high tech. but-
There you go.
Okay, so let's use this. So what I'm showing here on the screen is in the A6 appendix of the future land use of the comprehensive plan. So this is actually defining what Res 1 is, and there's all the criteria that are in Res 1. Now, if you scroll through, and I'll scroll back into this chart here, what you'll see is, does it work with the Elmo? No? Okay. Well, maybe I use my mouse. Yeah, so what you see here is two classifications. Res 1, CS rural area, and CS other. And so if you continue to scroll, the rural area is defined as rural North Pasco rural area, and other is all lands outside of the Northeast Pasco rural area. So when you have, that's a bit loud, when you have the Res 1 in the rural area, then it's going to respond to the rural. When you don't have the Res 1 in the rural area, then it's going to respond to that context. Res 1, again, is a sprawl density. It's one dwelling unit per acre, so you're dealing with large lots. which is how it can coexist in the rural areas. And it is considered sprawl because that's how sprawl is introduced into rural areas.
No, I'm talking about
So
what
it's
line
been
draws here.
sprawl for 30 years?
Yes.
Okay. And around, everything around this one parcel is all rural? I mean, it's all Res 1. So when you put compatibility next to item, if you're going to put Res 1, wouldn't it be good to like put Res 3 next to it? Or maybe it has Res 9 would be Res 6 maybe, or Res 9? But to go to Res 24, the way this breaks down, isn't that going a little bit intense for what's right there? Shouldn't it be a softer transition?
Well, the transitions are dependent on not necessarily buffering a land use with other land uses. Transitions can also take place using characteristics of the site plan. So I think Ms. Wilhite illustrated ponds, landscaping, and other taking advantage of other geographic features in the site plan to help buffer the one area from another. So it's not always the case that you have to insert a transitional land use to go from Res 1 to Res 6, 9, whatever, to get to the densities that you're looking for. In addition to that, I would say that the density ought not to be considered in this particular context from going from east to west in terms of things, or west to east, I should say, in terms of higher density development closer to the coast, closer to US 19, and emanating out from those development, from that area, moving eastward. Rather, in this context, you would look at intensity and density in proximity to Ridge Road itself, because that is a mainline corridor now. That is alternative to State Road 52 further north, and even State Road 54 further south.
So in an urban service area, would you pretty much say that you're going to put sidewalks in place? You're going to have traffic calming devices where needed?
Typically, in the urban service area, you would find
In a typical urban
sidewalks,
service area.
yes.
So this area built rural as it's been for 30-some-odd years, has got a roadway connected to this commercial and 230 units coming along a single-line road that's very narrow, without a sidewalk, with a school that blocks up traffic, and you don't think there's an issue with maybe keeping it a little bit more rural?
In terms of the access to the school, you mean?
I'm talking about the traffic impact that's going to happen on Tanglewood Drive coming down to the school. You get all those people that could back up all the way through because it's just tough, the road's not designed. You've got swales going up and down, so there's going to be different places going to be underwater, whatever. So even if you put a sidewalk, how good would it work? But you're going to have people that are going to have to access there, drive to school, and now you're going to add 230 more homes that are going to add more traffic to the school, if nothing else, right?
Well, that there will be people there that will access and use the school there's a potential for that, yes.
No potential,
What-
it's
what-
a certainty.
What has been.
It's a certainty, it's on the charts.
That what has been discussed in other developments and other projects is that typically a multifamily project does not generate the number of students, a great deal or a great number of students that would attend the schools. So I don't have the exact statistics for how much they're anticipating this particular project would generate to go to that elementary school, but it's not the same as a single-family development.
Well, it'd be confusing to me how you would say that you don't think it has as much impact when if you had another Res 1 development coming in, or even Res 3 coming in, the impact would happen on the school, I would guarantee would probably be a lot less than what the impact of this would be, again, traveling on that road.
Not necessarily. I would have to go back and look at some of the school district's findings on other projects, because in a Res 3 density, you can have, well, I'm not going to speculate, but you can have a lot of single-family homes, a couple hundred single-family homes that might generate
We're talking about
more.
this acreage, though. I'm talking about this acreage that's right here, compared to doing a Res 1 project or a Res 3 project, compared to this, what's a really Res 24 project as far as density goes.
Well,
The impact's got to be bigger.
well, not necessarily.
Commissioner, we can.
It could, but not necessarily. I'm
We can go
sorry.
over this many times, we get a lot of people to speak today.
Yeah,
All right?
Okay,
thank you.
thank you for your comments, sir.
You know, being on the school board previously, there is a calculation that the school district does. So I'm sure that we can get that number of what an apartment generates versus a home. And I'm sure
Okay.
some staff person here can
All
get
right.
that number from the school district.
Okay. This is a public hearing. We're going to the next speaker.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on this notice, and I'll tell you why. I'm not a surveyor. I don't have a surveying instrument in front of me to see, where these lines are really drawn on these parcels. I mean, staff, you should have caught this too, I'll be honest with you, before this came in front of us today. So I'm not putting it all on the applicant by any means, but I don't know. I think we're walking on shaky ground right now.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
as I said in my initial comments, the applicant has come up and said their project is, my assumption of what Ms. Wilhite said was they're fine with, they have reviewed it against their project, and their retention pond is all that's going to be in that area, and we've permitted things like that in the past, so they're willing to go forward. I mean, if you want to get the applicant to say that, but at this point, until we compare the MPUD to the area that is in PD and were to find an issue with it, I think you go forward with your hearing
So just-
and fix it later if we've got a problem.
And I understand it. So a follow-up question then, I guess, anything we consider today, further, when it comes to a motion, we're going to need to pull that portion out because that wouldn't be part of that.
You're at transmittal, so you can,
I was trying to stay above board here.
yeah, so if the acreage in the survey is what was advertised, the acreage in survey is what's going to be attached to the ordinance, unless it's re-advertised.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so we're going to go through the list of those that signed up, and since there is a number signed up, I'm going to call three at a time, and if you are able to line up behind the other. So I'll do the first three names, Sunny Farah, Christina Farah, and Vicky Stive, or it could be Stein, sorry, Vicky Stein. If you could just line up, and Mr. Farah, you would be able to go first. Thank you, and then state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sonny Farah. I'm at 8016 Callan Court in Newport Richey in Tanglewood East. I live in Tanglewood East, and the proposed rezoning of this development is of alarming concern to myself and all the residents of Tanglewood East, along with the surrounding communities. Yes, all 284 homeowners, 100% of us are opposed to this project. We're your constituents. You represent us. We do not see any advantage for this project going in for the hardships that this is actually going to cause upon us. And I'll refer on that. This proposed development will double the size of our community overnight, disrupting our entire community. This project does not belong or fit in our rural residential landscape. Ridge Road from Little Road to Moon Lake Road currently conforms to this rural residential landscape. Even the newer developments on Ridge Road went to great lengths to blend into the landscape. Pyle Corporation, which is on there. The Hernando Pasco State College blends in. They are set back. You cannot really see their facilities from Ridge Road. They did a great job with that. I don't know how you hide a 4-story apartment building. That ain't going to happen. And these trees that she showed, they're going to be a buffer. What are those, 30-year-old trees? You got to wait that long for them to grow that big? I'm sorry. People on the 3rd and 4th floor, those apartments are going to be able to look right into Tanglewood East. People are going to lose their privacy in their backyards. That's just a fact. It's just a matter of the difference between a single-level home and a 4-story home, which is why you have buffer zones. Anyway, the official traffic study that they talked about was never really done. It was an estimate, and it was done during a COVID year when the college was out. No one was going there. The schools were closed. People were working from home. I don't know where they got these numbers from, but it certainly wasn't from the traffic that was actually on the road at the time that they did the study. It's a completely different environment. so I guess that
You
means
got,
I'm...
you got one more minute.
Okay. Sorry, okay. Feel like I'm on the Gong Show. Anyway,
We got a hook that comes out.
yeah, okay. Anyway, and to say that Tanglewood Drive would not receive a lot of this traffic is totally untrue, because that's the easy access to cut through to go out to Decubulus, out to Starkey, going out to 54. Or people trying to get onto Ridge Road, they're not going to go onto Ridge Road off of Tanglewood to make a left because there's not enough room to do it. They're going to go right, and they're going to go to Sycamore Drive, which is what I live on the corner of, and go back out onto Ridge Road that way. I pay for that road. That is not a county-maintained road, and we get to pave and assess on those roads. That traffic's going to cut through Tanglewood along Tanglewood Drive and Sycamore, and then take Tanglewood, go all the way back out to Decubulus. So that's coming right, all that traffic comes right through our subdivision. There is no way around that. You know, that's natural human progression to do that. Now, as far as the impact on us in here, that's it, okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good
Name and
afternoon,
address.
everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Farah. Married to that guy. I'm kidding. Anyway.
And your
I want-
address, ma'am, and your address too. And if you want, you can just bend that down, the end of it. There you go.
8016 Callan Court in Tanglewood East, Newport Richey, Florida. The next problem, Cypress Elementary School with 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments. There are going to be kids walking and riding their bikes to school on Tanglewood Drive. It's tenths of a mile to the bus entrance to the school on Tanglewood Drive from the apartments. That is a dark, narrow, winding, two-lane road with no sidewalks or bike paths. There are always deer and other animals killed by cars on Tanglewood Drive throughout the evening. How long before it becomes children hit by cars, especially during the time of the school year when it's still dark? This project is located on the very edge of the West Market District. Why here? Why now? In the middle of rural subdivisions, with all the open areas along SR 52, SR 54, Ridge Road, east of Moon Lake Road. That would make more sense environmentally. No disruption of existing neighborhoods and financially beneficial for the county. By spending our resources in high-density subdivisions under development, the county gets a much higher return on its investment versus low-density rural subdivisions. Even kids know that. That's why we don't get kids trick-or-treating in our area. They go to high-density neighborhoods, more candy, less time and energy. Where the county got it right, SR 54 was laid out, and developed correctly. Hats off to whoever did that subdivision. Single-family homes in the back, green buffer zones, roads, then 2-story condos and townhouses, another green belt, then the multi-story apartment buildings green belt, then commercial businesses on SR 54. There's plenty of land to continue this without disrupting existing communities in time from 10 to 20 years from now. Then backfill. This project only has one winner, the developer. Tanglewood East and surrounding subdivisions are disrupted. The county loses revenue by spending its resources on a low-density rural area at a much rate of return on its investment than it is invested in high density. This project just doesn't fit the area. Your decision affects our quality of life. Please keep that in mind when you vote on today, June 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And as Ms. Stein walks up to the microphone, I'm going to call the next three, and if you're able to, please line up behind her. Let's see, Shannon Whitmer, Joni Roberts, Addie Sell. Ms. Stein, you may proceed with your name and address.
My name is Vicki Stein. I live at 7060 Red Oak Loop in Newport Richey. The Planning Committee met on April 22nd, 2021. In attendance were Charles Gray, Jamie Girardi, Christopher Poole, Peter Hensel, and Chris Williams. At the meeting, this vote was 3-1 to delay this project and deny it. One of the planners, Peter Hensel, voted no due to the airport safety issues. Two of the planners, Christopher Poole and Charles Gray, also voted no to this project due to the incompatibility with the comprehensive plan. Mr. Charles,
That's not correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Chuck Gray abstained on this one.
yeah. I was just about to say, Charles Gray recused himself due to the conflict of interest and lack of impartiality, even with one of the planning board members who was intimately connected to the project. The planning board still voted no. The primary reason for this is that the plan is just a poor idea for this area. The project is in no way, shape, or form. It should never have been made today to the voting process. Wait, it did, in fact. They voted against it. There shouldn't even be a vote today because this is ridiculous. I don't know why we're here today because this was already voted down.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes,
Thanks.
that's me.
Yeah, yeah, you have the gavel now. And just, I just want to, in case this comes up again, I just want to make sure Mr. Steinschneider can step in if you like. Once they go through essentially the DRC, well, the Planning Commission now, sorry, that's the first step. Then it has to come in front of the Board of County Commissioners. It doesn't matter if they deny it or not. It's still, by statute, by law, still has to come in front of us. So I just want to make sure you understood that.
On
You know,
these,
on this type of hearing.
type of projects,
Yes.
the planning commission is only a recommendary body. So it has, the action has to be taken by the Board of County Commission.
All right, name and record, please. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Shannon Whitwer, 9936 Sweet Bay Court. Okay, I'd like to start off by saying we've heard more information today than we've been able to receive from the county. So in saying that, we know nothing about the 4 miles of sewer line according to what we've received. Under capacity analysis per Ed Zodian, currently there are no sewer lines running near or around that area. Having written Ed Zodian regarding the current state of Pasco County sewer systems, his response reinforces our understanding that the developer for CPAL 2015 acknowledges the absence of capacity and infrastructure as the sewer system exists today. His response mirrors the developer's position in that their solution to currently non-existent capacity and infrastructure in the sewer system is the hope and wish that Pasco County will solve this problem at some unknown point in the future, but before the completion of the permitting process. Therefore, it is our conclusion that this project is based on a wish that Pasco County utilities will solve the capacitance and infrastructure issues in time. Not to mention this CPAL 2015 location is an island surrounded by an absence of county sewer lines. The nearest sewer line to this project is 1.7 miles away, not including the 600 lineal feet the developer has agreed to install from the proposed project outward. Nowhere in CPAL 2015 is this massive oversight ever addressed. Is there enough money in the enterprise fund to address this horrific oversight? And what other projects and zones will money have to be diverted from to make up for this colossal shortfall? Logic would dictate that this money would be taken from the enterprise fund or some other zone for some other project and is actually hidden in this project. And again, we asked Ed Zodian and were emailed back that there is no planned solution. And regardless of what has been stated, nowhere in anything that the developer has given us as far as paperwork does it state that the developer will pay for utilities. If someone were not so well connected, had brought this project to you, it would be shot down immediately, and rightfully so, due to the fact that not all of the I's are dotted or T's crossed. This project is completely incompatible with zoning, along with the fact that this project has hidden costs associated with it, as well as the grocery list of issues brought up in this meeting that show that this project should never be built. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Joni Roberts. I live at 7701 Makina Court. Regarding the traffic study performed by Links and Associates Incorporated on or about February 2021, the study is a best guess study. No traffic counts were done in this study. The study does not make a promise to make a study for actual vehicle counts within 2 years. But unfortunately, this is currently based on guess, better known as guesstimate. In essence, this best guess traffic study is not based on factual numbers. We won't be quoting it, but neither should anyone else. With that said, we who drive on these roads daily recognize that adding potentially 500 additional cars would turn our roads practically unsafe and unusable. That is why you are hearing repeatedly about traffic. Yes, we heard your commands not to mention traffic issues anymore, but we know not mentioning these potential issues will not change what would become our future problem. Additionally, our concerns are that we will be assessed for road repairs, as wear and tear from additional traffic brings the need to resurface the roads sooner. And as an additional note, Tanglewood Drive is currently completely unsafe for bike or foot traffic. Another of the many negative aspects of this proposed project are to the local animals. We regularly see alligators, bobcats, and coyotes, and many deer and gopher turtles, to name some of the larger animals. We enjoy the rural and nature quality these animals bring to our lives and our neighborhoods. And again, I know this isn't a popular position with some commissioners, but many of these neighborhoods, really did buy these properties with a certain quality of life in mind. These animals, the trees, and the wilderness areas, the rural aspect of this neighborhood was what we were all looking for when we purchased our properties. That's why we're fighting so hard to stop anything that takes that away from us. The simple truth is progress isn't always good. We also realize that an environmental impact study has not been done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And as Ms. Sell comes to the podium, I'm going to call the next three names, and if you are able to, please step up and single file behind her. Dan Rasmussen, Eva Sisak, or Eva Sisak, and then Delin, and I think the last name is Gadsden. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Sell. I live at 9545 Delray Drive, Newport Richey in Tanglewood East. 9/11 records show that between 6/6/2020 and 4/23/2021, that's 10 months, there was a total of 14 accidents on Tanglewood Drive, 8 of which had injuries and 1 was a hit and run. As it stands, that information averages out to 1.4 accidents a month. Not only is Tanglewood Drive a narrow 2-lane winding road, it's also a thoroughfare. Our main road that runs through Tanglewood East is used by citizens within a 2 to 5 mile radius as a shortcut to get to Veterans Parkway or Starkey Boulevard. Adding so many additional drivers to this road is a demonstrative safety hazard to the residents of Tanglewood East. 230 apartments would mean an approximate potential influx of over 500 extra vehicles daily using Tanglewood Drive. The more traffic on our time-saving road, because that's what it is greatly going to increase road hazards. Based on what we have researched, if 1.4 accidents a month is the norm, it is more than obvious that the additional cars a day could spell disaster for the locals. We have concerns about the school. Cypress Elementary has a freeze on it. They are accepting no new students. Why is this of no concern to the developer? Plus, there's absolutely no safe pedestrian path between the project and the school regardless. Regarding concerns for emergency management, there are 2 times a school day when Tanglewood Drive and Sweet Bay Court are locked up due to traffic from that very school. And it's been stated to have no concern. Access during these 2 times a day is extremely limited also to first responders. Regarding crime, it is a nationwide fact that the denser the population in an area, the more crime is prevalent. Changing our low-density area to a high-density area would most certainly increase the possibility of crime. Again, this is a nationwide trend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Dan Rasmussen. I reside at 9331 Dantail Drive in Tanglewood East. I've owned this property since 1974 when I built my house out there in that area on purpose. I'm an attorney. I'm a former judge of Pasco County. For 20 years, it was my privilege to serve, as you do, the people of this county. Per the 2025 Comprehensive Plan, Pasco County, Florida, on page 2A-5, and I quote, "A decision must take into consideration Pasco County's comprehensive plan and be consistent with its goals, objectives, and policies. More specifically, the location of residential/development lots shall be arranged in a context-sensitive manner, such that they preserve the integrity of the rural community and protect and preserve the rural appearance of land when viewed from public roads and from abutting properties," close quote. These criteria alone should reject this project from consideration. Now, we're sure that you have heard loss of property value often enough in many of these types of cases. It comes up because constituents do not want high-density use in residential areas. A 230 apartment complex at the entrance of our neighborhood, which completely surrounds it, would be a detriment to what Tanglewood East has been for the past more than 40 years. It was designed around 1+ acre lots, and it is intended, and it brought our people together with the commonality of what it is that makes Tanglewood East special to us. It is, of course, its rural characteristics. I enjoy watching the deer come through my property from my breakfast table in the morning. I know most of these folks do too. We enjoy our residents, our common quality of life. We don't want to see it changed. We ask you to vote for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Spizak. I live at 9975 Sweet Bay Court, Newport Richey, Tanglewood East resident. Pasco County Development Standards, Chapter 900, Section 901.6 states, amenities such as sidewalks, streetlights, shoulders on the road, drainage, roadside clear zone, etc., should already be in place before breaking ground for a large-scale development such as this. Again, another Pasco County standard shows that this project is not ready, has not been well laid out or planned, and has many holes, issues that have not been addressed fully or properly with all the big problems solved. The information put forth by developer is full of holes and inaccuracies. For example, the plans they submitted to SwiftMud uses a wall on the west side of the property that would be used for a sound barrier. That wall begins at a very low height and gets higher as it goes towards the south end of the property. At the beginning of the property, the wall would prevent no sound from traveling into the next neighborhood. This sound barrier wall is only 3 feet high on the other side and runs at this height for 20+ yards. Also, this property in 1989 was rezoned from agricultural to residential. At that time, the square acreage of wetlands stood at 8.75 acres. Magically now, the square acreage of wetlands is about half. And this has been measured and will allow for this project to move forward. Yes, we are saying the wetland acreage that was used to transform this property from agricultural to residential was used today. This CPAL would not move forward. There is a surplus of land availability in the area of Pasco County that would be a better fit and not have the same lack of transitional property type issues, such as the huge swath of land on the north side of Ridge Road Extension. We realize that development is inevitable, but it would be best and more cost-effective and practical to build this mini-city on property where it is already near the county sewer system, perhaps closer to the new Moffett Center on the other side of Moon Lake Road. Please vote no. Thank you.
I'm going to call up the next three behind you. You just give me a moment, please. Lily Buelo. Did I say that correctly? And then I believe I have duplicates. I have Joni Roberts and Dan Rasmussen, but I think it was written twice. Okay. And then the next person is Jennifer Callaghan. And then I believe I had another duplicate, which was Victoria Stein. There was a Vicky Stein earlier. So if there's a Victoria Stein, okay, just making sure. Thank you. And so the next person would be Cindy Monistar. You could line up. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Delynn Gaston, and I live at 7871 Sycamore Drive in Tanglewood East. Are these apartments really useful? Our research has shown that there are plenty of apartments in the area that are currently not at full capacity. For instance, there's a complex behind the mall that has openings at this time. Also, we were a little wondering why there isn't a moratorium on apartment complexes in our district as there are in other districts within Pasco County. Additionally, regarding the utilities, the addition of utilities would not be needed if not for the small area of high-density housing in an otherwise large community that has been in existence for over 30 years without the need for these utilities to run to it. This is an issue that is created by misplacing a small sliver of Res 24 into a rural development, which does not need it. This CPAL is simply not a compatible use of the property. 1 acre lots are not compatible with multifamily dwellings. It's like putting skyscrapers next to agricultural land, and it is completely inconsistent with the neighborhood. Per the standards on zoning that we've read, it's more than obvious the property calls for a series of transitional properties, and an apartment complex is the epitome of a non-transitional property at this location. Please know that we all appreciate and we thank you for what you do to represent us, and we know that you have our best interest at mind and stand in place to vote on the issues that concern us. We are your constituents, and we stand united together, and we have come here today to ask you to please vote against this. There are hundreds and hundreds of signatures across multiple neighborhoods, petitions, and all of these are against this CPAL. Please hear our voices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily Puleo, and I was actually supposed to be the last speaker, but I'll say what I have to say. In conclusion, members of the Board of County Commissioners, as representatives of all the citizens of Pasco County, you promised to give us the best possible service, value our input and feedback, and serve in order to make Pasco County the premier community to live, work, and play in Tampa Bay. Now, in order to maintain your promise, reflected in your vision, your mission statement, and values, garner for yourselves a good reputation by adhering to your promises. The citizens of the impacted communities understand that the development of our county is inevitable, but they also realize that Pasco has ample vacant land. For example, the Ridge Road expansion that you so actively support to provide housing and accessibility for those potentially working for the Moffett Cancer Center, the swath of virgin land from Moon Lake to Veterans Highway would better serve incoming residents and those presently living in established communities. Please let it be known that Pasco has honest, intelligent, creative, and forward-thinking leaders by listening and acting to the recommendations of the citizens here today. They're here that you represent. We understand the responsibility you bear can be challenging and difficult. However, please understand that by petition, 700 citizens were very emotionally charged with respect to the impact of the project on their lives. We would like to apologize in advance for any statements made that you found offensive. We respectfully ask, and thank you for your patience and taking the time to listen to us. We respectfully now ask the board not to proceed with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jennifer Callaghan, 9420 Dantel Drive. I've owned the land my home is on since 1990, and my parents bought the next door land and developed it in 1989. At that point, there was a plan involved, and I am actually allowed to have a certain number of cows per acre, certain number of horses per acre, and there are horses in the development, and people ride them in the streets. Chickens, no roosters, but anyway, it is definitely,
Don't mention chickens.
yeah.
Not legal,
Nothing, nothing worse
I
than a
wish.
mad rooster. So I just wanted to set that straight, that when I planned my retirement from the Army and then from the VA, I planned it where I am. I have 2 or 3 acres, I guess, but the way it's calculated is there's a lake, which is a swamp with, trees growing out of it, behind my house and behind my parents' house, and the land goes under the lake. So it's a 1 acre minimum, 1 per acre minimum, not the usual. It's a nature preserve, so looking across the lake, let me just mention the endangered animals that are involved. Alligators, which people may not be sympathetic to, but which would be in that wetlands behind this project, south of this project. Where there are wetlands, there are alligators, and hopefully they don't eat children. There are also sandhill cranes and the gopher tortoise. And I stop several times a week to grab a turtle out of the middle of the road and move it. And I also see turtles, broken shells, dead on the side of the roads. Deer jump in front of my car with great regularity, depending on okay. So anyway, the property involved is surrounded on almost 4 sides by sinkholes. And I had a map, but my battery couldn't take it. So if you pull up a map of 9640 Ridge Road, you will see sinkholes all around. And again, the wetlands behind. And nowhere have I seen parking for 400 cars plus whoever comes to the businesses. So maybe I just didn't see it on there, but we're talking about a massive horizontal land area for parking and the inevitable traffic jams. I feel, this relatively tiny area needs to be moved somewhere that already has the infrastructure.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much, and I hope you will vote no to this proposition.
All right. So as Ms. Monistar approaches the microphone, I have 4 speakers that are signed up, so I'm just going to call your names. Let's see. Christina, oh goodness, it's a Farah Ray. No, forget that. Farah? Okay, so passing on that? Okay, thank you. Let's see, John Campaneca, and I'm sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly. John Campaneca, and, oh, Campanella, so it's L's, not C's. Campanella, looks like Nella then, but maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Ann Corona, and Cheryl Evangelist. That's it, that's all we have signed up. Yes, sir. Okay, if you could state your name and address, thank you.
Hello, I'm Cindy Monistar. I live at 9616 Delray Drive in Newport Richey, Tanglewood East. I am here today to present the petitions that we've had signed. I've got 8 copies,
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
and I just
Motion and
wanted,
a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I just
Madam
wanted
for the clerk.
to say, I've lived in Tanglewood East for 27 years, and we love it the way that it is. And we hope that you will listen to our prayers, our plea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, oh, you're not talking? That's it?
No, she's done.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Your name and
Oh,
address.
my name is John Campanella. I live at 8300 Boyce Court, Newport Richey, Florida. And, okay, yeah. And I'd like to mention the following stuff. I'm opposed to the CPAL 2015. I fear the development of the subject property will cause sinkholes in the highlands of Tanglewood East to reopen and cause more property damage, personal injury, and/or death. The CPAL 2015 is not in the public's best interest. Yes, 7 houses in the highlands of Tanglewood East subdivision adjacent to the subject property have had sinkhole damage and repair. 4 of the sinkhole properties share the western boundary of the proposed development site. Look at the Pasco County proper appraiser map under the substance sinkhole to see for yourself. Sinkholes are one of the most visible karst terrain features. This is a karst region. Just look at all of the recorded sinkhole activity on the north and south sides of Ridge Road from Little Road to Moon Lake and to Cumulus. Sinkhole activity on the boundary of subject property is a warning sign that the developer and county should carefully consider. This is a hazard in terms of human injury, property damage, and is the threat to public safety and well-being. The subject property is comprised of Adamsville and Tavares soils, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture Soil Series. Adamsville soil has a low pH and is moderately acidic and is rapidly permeable. Tavares soil has a very low pH and is strongly acidic, which is also rapidly permeable. Water passing through these soils becomes acidic as it percolates to the underlying limestone, where it dissolves the limestone structure and weakening, forming cavities and allowing superficial sediments to collapse. The subject property has 2 existing plugged sinkholes, and the area substance as identified by multiple tilted trees and depressions in the land, especially near the western property line. According to the Florida Geological Survey, FSGS, Special Publication Number 29, construction activities such as excavating and dewatering for foundations, heavy equipment traffic, and altering natural drainage patterns can trigger sinkholes collapse. Activities like mass grading scapes away from protective layers of soil, parking lots, pave roads, and divert the rainwater to new infiltration points. The weight of a 4-story apartment buildings and man-made impoundments, such as the retention basins used to store the runoff, will create significant increase to the load bearing on the supporting limestone, triggering the collapse of overburdened cavity. The development of this property will cause sinkholes in the highlands of Tanglewood East to reopen and cause more property damage and personal injury or death to CPAL 2015, which will not preserve or enhance the public health, safety, and welfare. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir. Ms. Corona?
Before the timer starts, can
Motion
I
to receive and
give
file.
these to you to be filed?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Just the end. It ends.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Mariano, Fitzpatrick, Oakley, Starkey, and Moore. Thank you. I'm going to try to reel this back to zoning because it seems to have been diversified.
Ms.
But of
Corona,
course,
this isn't a zoning hearing. This is a hearing on the comprehensive plan, so.
right, but the focus is zoning, not the building itself.
Focus is the future land use of the site.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
Okay.
I got it.
And Ms.
I'm
Corona?
picking up what you're putting down.
Ms. Corona, also your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, Ann Corona, 7615 Tanglewood Drive, Newport Richey, Florida. And we weren't sworn P53, why is that?
Because it's a legislative hearing, because it's not zoning, it's a comprehensive plan amendment.
I see, gotcha. Okay, now you can start the timer. Since it's only 11 days until July 4th, what kind of Republican would I be if I didn't mention either the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights? In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the Declaration of Independence, gratefully for you, I'm sure. When people form governments, they give those governments control over certain natural rights to ensure the safety and security of other rights. Some of these rights include enjoyment of liberty, the means of acquiring, protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. Since March 23rd, when the residents first heard this proposal to go from Res 1 to PD, which is very vague, which is fast lane 1 to 24, they have been unable to enjoy these unalienable rights due to angst and disgust created by this situation. The rights of the residents of Tanglewood have been infringed upon not once but twice by Carolyn Sells, the owner of the 20-plus acreage, initially by the fact that for approximately 20 years the property has been an unsightly, overgrown, decaying, disintegrating eyesore, which is unfortunately the gateway to our community, showing total respect for the residents. Infringement number 2, again, her total disregard for the community with the intention to sell the property for usage which is not zoned, and is not only of a different classification of the surrounding area, but also poses a danger to residents in many instances. There would be as many people living in one lot as currently live on 750 acres. As many cars on one lot as are divided amongst 280 lots. The proposed change is a clear example of spot zoning, which is defined as the process of singling out a parcel of land for use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of other owners. Generally, zoning is a constitutional exercise of the state's police power to protect public health. Therefore, the zoning would be unconstitutional to the extent that it contradicts or fails to advance legitimate public purpose and promote community protection. In this case, the characteristics of the existing land are being decimated. The public benefit is non-existent. The spot zoning to a specific parcel within the larger zoned area is totally at odds with current zoning restrictions. This zoning undermines existing characteristics, and it's certainly, as is usual with spot zoning, not aesthetic. I know you know that this is wrong. I know you know that the consequences of this egregious action will be devastating to Tanglewood East and its residents, many of whom have called this home for decades. Do not allow this fiasco to continue. Stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Klein Evangelista, and I'd like to thank each one of you for allowing us to voice our opinions. I am here, my address, 8255 Tanglewood Drive, and I am the second house in from Ridge Road, so this greatly affects our home. I am here for business owners who I know live in the Tanglewood East area who cannot be here because they're operating their business in order to pay for their homes. I was fortunate enough to close our business today so I could be here and voice my opinion. What is the greatest investment that we have as an individual? Not cars, of course, unless you drive a real expensive car. Yes, the greatest investment is life, but the greatest monetary investment is our home. I am fairly new to Tanglewood East. I lived in River Ridge for about 15 years, and I got married during that time. My husband and I drove through Tanglewood East for about 2 years, and we have several different animals, birds, rabbits, and we looked at Tanglewood, and we said, you know, this is an area that we would like to buy into and make this our home and retire. Our brick and mortar shop is on 19, so we want to keep our business separate from our personal life. We want a personal life, as I'm sure all these individuals here would agree, that is conducive to just relaxing, coming home after a hard day's work and relaxing and not having to worry, and to be able to enjoy our investment that we are in. So we purchased our home in 2015. We've lived there since, and I happened to go on the Realtor.com today just to take a look to see, and I know these are all inflated, but the Realtor.com showed our home value at $464,000. And it also says property overview that our house is 91.81% more expensive than nearby properties. I'm going to ask you, what's going to happen when you put this complex in? Is my greatest investment going to stay my greatest investment? Or is it going to decline and deteriorate? And there's going to be crime and traffic and all the things that we've talked about. We are all here because our homes are our greatest investment, and we would like to keep our homes the way they are, rural, peaceful, with the animals, the deer, low traffic. And again, I ask you to vote no to this, and I do thank each and every one of you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Now, that's the end of the list we have here. Craig, before you come up, is there anyone here that would like to speak that was not signed up? If so, there's 3 of them, I see. Come forward to the podium. And this is the last time.
And if you would just line up in single file, please.
Line up. Name and address.
My name is Jamie White, and I live at 8304 Sycamore Drive. I just wanted to come in today to say that I'm a member of the Tanglewood East for I think the last 5 years. Majority of our residents are older, retired, so it kind of bothered me when she put that sign up about how our mean income for our residents was $56,000 or something like that. But the majority of our residents are retired, so they're going to be on a lower income kind of scale, I would assume. But anyway, I bought into this house because I'm from Oklahoma. I wanted something that was rural. I came to Florida kind of with what was in my car, and I really wanted a place with my children that they could run and not worry about traffic. We could have animals, we could have chickens, and I have donkeys. So this is what I wanted in my neighborhood.
Chickens, they want chickens.
We do, we like our chickens. My neighbors might not, but I like my chickens. Anyway, so I like my chickens, and we have our donkeys. And I got the donkeys to help protect against the bobcat, the coyotes, the fox. These are all things that I've actively seen chasing my chickens. So anyway, not to be a joke for my chickens, but I wanted a place for my children to have sort of a lifestyle that I had growing up, which I thought I was going to have to sacrifice when I came to Florida, which was not my choice, but I'm here and I'm happy and I'm very satisfied with where I'm living with my 2 acres of land and my animals. So I'm really scared that this is going to be changing if this is accepted. I'm really nervous for the future of my kids being in this environment, being around this stuff. We walk along Sycamore. I avoid Tanglewood because it doesn't have any kind of side roads. My children have to ride bikes with me along the roads, which makes sense. They're not that old. But anyway, there's just a lot of here. I'm very nervous about my neighborhood, my house, my children's safety, my animals, and I really hope you guys hear us and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
My name is Gil Sarabia. I live at 8976 Fairchild Court in Hidden Lake Estates. When county commissioners make a decision, such as deciding on a rezoning request, you are obligated to consider what is just and what is fair to all citizens impacted by your decision. The property in question is surrounded by other residential areas, all of which have been zoned low-density residential property since their inception. The subject parcel, which borders I thought it was part of Tanglewood East, but it's located practically in Tanglewood East, which borders this, the subject parcel located in Tanglewood East, which borders this property to the south and the east. There are more than 250 families living in Tanglewood East. There are at least 20 families living in the highlands of Tanglewood East, which borders this property directly to the west. There are over 195 families living in Hidden Lake Estates to the northwest of this property, and there are over 600 families in Golden Acres, a very large, expansive development to the north. Most, if not all of these families chose these homes because they wanted to live away from the same type of high-density population areas and apartment complexes that are being proposed in this rezoning request. These citizens chose to live in suburban and rural areas with more land and less people, and consequently less crime and danger to their families. So the question is this: what is more fair? For one landowner to be allowed to rezone their property for financial gain in such a way that it would hurt their neighbors, which number in the thousands? Or is it more fair for the county commissioners to not allow this rezoning for the financial benefit of just one family, at the expense, the well-being, and peace of mind of over 1,000 other families? Remember, all families involved, including the subject property owners, obtained their land while it was zoned as low-density residential property. Over 1,000 families should not be required to convince the county commissioners not to rezone this property to their detriment. We are not the ones requesting the change. We should not have the burden of persuading the commissioners not to change the rules so that a single landowner becomes a financial winner while making the rest of us losers. This would not be the fairness we have grown to enjoy in this country, and not the equal justice we expect from our commissioners. Instead, it is the commissioners who must give good reason for the rezoning and otherwise convince the thousands of residents affected that it is in our best interest and we will not suffer harm in any way from your decision. Failing that, fairness and justice should compel you to vote against this rezoning. Also, there is no way you can guarantee the proposed multi-story apartment complex will not someday become Section 8 housing or something similar, such as the proverbial student ghetto, since Pasco County State College is less than a mile down the road. A four-year college is a positive thing for this county. The student ghettos, which can pop up around them, are not and should be prevented at all costs. Finally, I hope this and any future zoning issues are not influenced by the current Biden administration's desire to blur the line between urban and suburban living. Our desire to live in a safe and enjoyable neighborhood is not racist and not a product of white privilege.
Sorry.
Your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing?
No.
Nope.
Sorry.
I want to thank you for
I'll
listening.
tell you,
Thank you.
but thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Porevsky. I live at 8841 Skymaster Drive in Hidden Lake Estates. I'm a pilot, licensed. I'm an instrument-rated licensed pilot. I've been in the neighborhood for about 20 years. I'm not going to speak to aviation aspects, but I will tell you that I've flown in and out of here plenty of times. Speaking as a pilot and not as an airspace analyst, I don't know how a four-story building underneath where we take off is going to improve safety. But that's not my point, the main point that I wanted to make. Ms. Willite, well, going back, I attended the Planning Commission meeting, and some of the people, the applicants, experts, spoke about the area, this transition area, aging out of being transition. I've also heard today the applicant, Ms. Willite, who's a fine attorney, speak about all the infrastructure and all the money that the county has spent to develop this area, the Ridge Road expansion being one of them. And I'd like this, there's a simple question I'd like to ask you. If this was in the county's intention all along, when the Ridge Road expansion was planned, why wasn't all of the necessary infrastructure put in for a development like this? That's a bit of a rhetorical question because I have firsthand knowledge of why that wasn't. Prior to my present position, I used to work for Pasco County. I was the utility program administrator. I worked for Mr. Carabella's predecessor, Bruce Kennedy. I sat in many meetings with Bruce and with Bip and Perick where we planned the capital infrastructure. That was what I did. We never considered putting in the force main because we didn't consider this area as being an urban area. This is it's a transition area. We looked at the master plan, we looked at the county's comp plan, and that's why that's not there. It would have been easy at the time to throw in a force main when we widened Ridge Road, but we didn't. Now now the developer is saying that he's going to extend it. I don't know how he's going to do it without impacting your constituents. He's either going to tear up the new Ridge Road or he's going to make a mess of Tanglewood. And if he goes down Tanglewood, I'd ask, are you going to open cut or are you going to do directional technology at 5 times the cost per linear foot? These are just things that I'm warning. I see no reason why all of a sudden this is something that the county needs to be considering. I thank you for your consideration. I respectfully request that you vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ma'am, would you wait just a moment? And the gentleman with the hat and the canes, I would like you to come forward to the... Thank you. Yes, sir.
That was nice of you, Ronnie.
Okay. And we name and address for the clerk.
Yeah, Scott Jordan, 8060 Sycamore Drive, Newport Richey and Tanglewood East. We've been there since September of '80. One of the things that I noticed in the presentation today when we talked about the acreage that is not been put in the original plan from the 20.35, and I think it is 1.9. The one thing that's glaring to me is that 1.9 is the only access directly with the plan to Tanglewood Drive. Now, I don't know if it was just an oversight or whether it was intentional, but it sure appears to me to be awfully funny now that this 1.9 is a contention when if it's going to be a retention pond, even with retention ponds, you have right-of-ways. So let's envision this. If we take it from Ridge Road and come south, there's got to be an easement at the end of that pond or access to the property. That access, that easement is, I'm sure, enough for a car to drive through. And I think that what we're talking about is at some point, people in that development are going to be saying, I need a shortcut to Tanglewood Drive. And they would have access at the end of this retention pond to get to Tanglewood Drive and cause the problem with the traffic that we've all talked about. Say no, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am, you can come forward. Name and address for the clerk.
I'm Debbie Kowalison. I live at 8031 Tanglewood Drive, Newport Richey.
And ma'am, could you just pull the mic down?
Pull the mic
I'm
down,
short.
Just the end of it. Don't.
Just the end of it, you can
Just the
bend
very
end
end, the very end. It's like this, bend.
Bend it like that.
There you go.
There you
I
go.
don't follow
That's
instructions
perfect.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want, I know we're not supposed to talk about traffic, but one of the points I have, and nobody said it, and sorry I'm emotional, is to go from Ridge Road to Decubulus, down Tanglewood, there's 0 lights. To go from Ridge Road to Decubulus, down Little Road, you're going to go 7 lights. 7. What way do you think people will go? I mean, it's just a given. The shortest path is of least resistance. Tanglewood is very, very bendy. I live on the first bend, and it's dangerous. When we built 32 years ago, as we were building, a lady was killed there. My dog has been killed there. Not to compare a dog with a human, but sorry. I'm just saying from my heart, this will cause so much problems. This will be ridiculous to have that. I love Pasco County. I know it's building, but that amount of building right in that one little area is just too much. It's too much. Please, somewhere else. I'm sorry to say that, but it's too much in that little space. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am. Name and address.
Danielle Hartley, 7305 Tanglewood Drive. So I am in no way representing the School Board of Pasco County, but I am a Pasco County school teacher. And I am much more comfortable talking to children than a room full of adults, but I'll be the first to admit, I don't know much about zoning. I've learned a lot more today than I probably have ever known, but I do know about kids. And I couldn't, in good conscience, not advocate for those kids. Let's say that that apartment complex only brings in 40 kids, 50 kids. Sure, when you look at the overall number at Cypress, which, as someone already said before, is closed for school choice because of that capacity. Pasco Elementary, where I worked for 4 years, is also closed for school choice because it is over school capacity, and they keep adding portables, which have their own problems. But you add 30, 40 kids to a school, and you change the ratios in a classroom. So yeah, the overall numbers don't look that bad. The district school board probably said, we'll figure it out, because that's what we do to take care of kids. We figure it out. But when you change my classroom from 16, 17, 18 kids to 22 kids to 23 kids to 26, 27, that changes the quality of education I can provide for them. That changes how much time I get to spend with each of them. And that changes the quality of education they receive. We know that our county school board struggles with money and paying teachers and all those things. The county wasn't even able to meet the governor's demands for teacher pay. So we can't hire more teachers. So those students are going to start falling through the cracks. And that's not what we want for our community, and I know that's not what you guys want for our community. So that's why I decided to speak up. That's why I didn't sign up. I didn't plan on doing this. But someone has to speak for the kids. My kids live in this neighborhood. So I really, really suggest, I know that the official statement of the board is that, sure, we'll figure it out. But I feel like there's a better plan than this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So my name is Jan Osten. I live at 9345 Rookery Road. To the surprise of some of you, there's actually a further impact on some people in the back of Tanglewood in the southwest region, where we actually have acreage with horses and cattle, just like the sales who bought rural property. And that's the problem here. Is we're mincing words and saying all of a sudden rural property is now all of a sudden city property. And we already have seen that, as I've grown up in this area, happen. I didn't realize it's not Section 8 housing, but the impact of the same amount of people you have in all of Tanglewood condensed into one little 20-acre apartment complex. If you recall what happened in Embassy when they added the housing there, we hadn't had a murder in Pasco County for 30 years. There was 2 in the opening weekend. That's a historical fact you guys can look up. Then they opened up a housing condensed like that in Holiday, and I know you're probably familiar with the outcome of that area and its degradation. And we'd like not to see that in our nice, clean-cut community that recent and old-time owners of properties have come to enjoy. So I'd impress upon you, please, to consider the impact of agrarian life that's also impacted by this rezoning in the southwest area of Tanglewood. I'd also like to further that probably for every one person that's talked or the one person that's here, there's probably 10 people behind them or more, each of them, that you represent. And I ask you to represent the will of us, the constituent. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Mike LaSala, 8340 Sycamore Drive, Newport Richey. Picture in your mind Starkey Ranch development along 54. At Gun Highway, you look northwest and you see Starkey Ranch apartments. Surrounding those apartments, that apartment complex are transitional land uses. And they start with high-density residential radiating outward in descending densities, eventually reaching tract home-sized parcels. And there are commercial properties which separate from 54 and set back the apartment complex. Now, imagine to pluck out only that Starkey apartment complex with any of those surrounding transitional uses and plop it into Tanglewood East while adding office and retail. And that's essentially what we have in Tanglewood on a like-sized parcel. So reasons the board should deny includes, of course, the local planning agency denied it 3-1. Item number 2 would be a lack of consistency with the comp plan in the application question C3C1, transitional land uses, where the applicant states that the project is a transition through time. And it goes on to say the character has changed and low-density residential is no longer an appropriate long-term use. Well, Commissioners, time is not a transitional land use factor and has no relevancy in this discussion. Secondly, low-density residential is as appropriate in this essentially built-out area as ever. And an example would be in an identical situation on a like-sized parcel which abuts the subject to the west. It was successfully redeveloped into single-family, large R1 lots, and it's called the Highlands of Tanglewood East. Item number 3. PD to Res 1 is the only future land use classification adjacency that is not automatically approved by the comp plan. The applicant cannot provide sufficient site design transitions for the magnitude of an apartment complex because 1, the site's too small, and 2, it's proposed in an area of essentially built-out Res 1, which by its very nature is devoid of any viable transitional elements for the proposed use. Now, I know this is not a zoning hearing. However, I have a question. I'm going to move on.
You have another minute, Mike.
Okay. The question would be, has staff done any research on whether this action is or contributes to a backdoor spot zoning? I know if apartments were approved in Res 1, I'd be arguing at the zoning hearing that the use would be a spot zoning. So if the land use is approved as recommended, the zoning change to MPUD would be consistent with the sub-area policy and make it much more difficult to challenge. So the question is, has staff done any research on how spot zoning may apply to this application and its subsequent MPUD, and have they declared that there are absolutely no legal conflicts or negative ramifications to inadvertently contribute towards the spot zoning? Item number 5. In an analysis submitted by Joel 2 in conjunction with a comp plan amendment approved by the board in February, it revealed that of the 22 Class A apartments developed in Pasco County since 2010, virtually all are located in the immediate proximity of the 5456 corridor. One exception is the Gables at Gulfview, which is a redevelopment of a portion of the mall, and it's nearest to the subject site. It's 4 miles away. Along
Your time's up.
Sorry.
Thank you. Please deny.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Wendy Kirchner. I live at 8110 Hazelnut Court in Tanglewood. I know that this is, for you guys, not an emotional, personal issue, as it is for us and for me. I also work at a school, but the school I work at is in Citrus County. That's how much I love this neighborhood. I am also sorry for getting emotional, but I drive 2 hours every day just so I can live where I live.
Crazy.
I appreciate your guys' time, listening to all of us and all of our concerns and even all of our emotions, and I just would like you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Katerina Virgos. I live on 7916 Slate Court, also in Tanglewood Drive, on Tanglewood East. I was not planning of talking, but I heard a couple of my other colleagues that they are educators, as I am too. Currently, I work for Deer Park Elementary School. That was my first year, but before that, I worked at Gulfside Elementary School down in Holiday. And why I'm saying this is because I want to focus on the traffic issue. My school, Deer Park, lets out, or last year with COVID, we were letting out at 3:10, and by 3:25, the latest, the car loop was empty. Gulfside, that I worked down there for 7 years, we would let out at 3:50, and by 4:15, the car loop was empty. I leave from Deer Park to go home, and it's 4:20, 4:30, and the traffic is still backed up on Tanglewood Drive on both sides, and I have to wait until I can get through. And mind to tell you, Cypress Elementary School lets out at 3:30, and by 4:20, there's still traffic. So with that in mind, what is going to happen? Like my other colleague said that works and lives in the area and in the neighborhood, that even with 30, 40, 50 new students coming to Cypress Elementary School and the additional traffic going through on Tanglewood Drive, what is going to happen to that neighborhood? It's going to be drastically, incredibly bad, dangerous. Kids going by with bicycles. My son is 15 years old, and I dread the moment that he says, "Mom, I want to go for a ride with my bike," because Tanglewood Drive and Sycamore Drive are full of people, our neighbors, outsiders that are cutting through, and I don't let my 15-year-old going through. So what is that going to happen with an additional 350 units coming, with 40, 50 students going to school, whether riding their bikes or not, with no sidewalks, no street lights, and we like it that way. I live in that neighborhood, I'm almost done. I live in that neighborhood since 1994, and I love that. My son's been born and raised there. So I want him to live there, and everybody else and my neighbors. We have horses, not me personally, but we want to preserve that area. And I appreciate what the new developers want to do, but I believe that there's other areas in Pasco County more suitable than the corner of Tanglewood Drive and Ridge Road. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Please vote no for this.
Thank you. Mr.
Last
LaFleur.
speaker? Are there any other speakers that want to
I've
speak?
already asked that.
Yeah. Oh,
Already
okay.
asked, and
Well,
he's
We're
the
done,
last-
right?
He is the last speaker before the applicant comes back up.
Good.
Okay?
My screen went blank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Before I start, I have a packet. I have an original packet for the
Move to
clerk
receive and
seven-
file.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay.
Well, obviously, this is an emotional issue for many. It's also an issue that we believe is safety-related. My name is Craig Laporte. I live at 8385 Cessna Drive in Newport Richey and Hidden Lake Estates. And I'm here to talk about something that was brought up by Ms. Wilhite, but is really more in my fort. And that's the Hidden Lake Airport, the impact of this development on the airport itself, and the potential safety issues that arise from that. Now, Ms. Wilhite, being a very intelligent attorney and whom I have the utmost respect for, indicated that she's brought someone she says is an expert in airport, and I'm sure she is. So I think it's incumbent on me to give you some background so you understand. I believe I have as much expertise as perhaps her witness. I've been flying for over 49 years. I've been flying in and out of Hidden Lake Airport for 49 years. I've been a resident of Pasco County for 49 years. I'm on the board of directors of the governing board of the airport. I serve as its vice president. I work day in and day out with our airport operations manager. I know most of the pilots. By way of background, Hidden Lake Airport was constructed in 1972 as a private airport, but it is not solely a private airport. It is used by other people with permission of our organization. And so we routinely have aircraft coming in and out from other areas. We have over 85 aircraft based at the airport, including single-engine, multi-engine, turboprops, and helicopters. Recently, we had Bayflight there as a tenant operating out. The airport operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is lighted. It has precision approach indicators, and it is very busy. We also provide not instructional flights, but we have a Young Eagles program that on Saturdays, about 5 to 6 times a year, we will fly anywhere from 40 to 60 young people between ages 8 and 17 in up to 10 aircraft. So it becomes a very, very busy airport during that time frame. The reason that I'm bringing that to your attention is because this development has a direct impact on the flying characteristics of our airport. And I've provided you with a diagram that it's in your package, and it's up on the board up here. Aircraft, we have a single runway, runway 523. It runs northeast and southwest. The predominant pattern that we use is what's called a left-hand traffic pattern, meaning aircraft approaching the airport, if they're going to land to the northeast, they enter a downwind phase over Hidden Lake, which, by the way, that area is spectacular because it is all property that is owned by SwiftMud that the county, I understand, is investigating using for flood mitigation. So it's never going to be a problem from a development standpoint. However, at the very bottom of that traffic pattern where aircraft begin to make a left-hand turn to enter what's called the base leg, which is perpendicular to the runway, the aircraft are getting lower and slower. The pilots are very busy at that point. putting down landing gear, watching for traffic, watching their altitude, watching their airspeed, and it is a critical phase of flight in the approach. The FAA and the NTSB have done studies. It's called the NAL report. Over 50% of all general aviation accidents in this country historically occur during the approach and landing phase of flight. This apartment complex is going to be directly below a portion of that approach corridor. Now, I've been asked, is the fact that it's a 4-story apartment going to affect us? Candidly, probably not. It may change some wind patterns, but we come in and out of Hidden Lake, we're used to that. But what does concern us is the density. I can assure you, if we have an aircraft that goes down in Tanglewood Drive and manages to land on a street, and God forbid the pilot and crew are injured or killed, that's going to be a newsworthy item of local interest. If the airplane lands and hits a house in Tanglewood and somebody in the house is hurt, it's going to be of interest regionally in the news. But I guarantee you, if one of the aircraft goes down and strikes an apartment complex with multiple casualties, it will be a national interest news story. And of course, the first thing that will come out was obviously it was an act of terror, because nowadays every aircraft that hits a big building is an act of terror. And that will not get cleared up for many, many months. But airplanes do fall out of the sky. It happens. And so we want you to realize that that is a real possibility. It's not a likely probability, but it is a possibility, and I think you need to be concerned with that. You know, the Florida Department of Transportation promulgated Airport Airspace and Land Use Guidebook. Chapter 333 of the Florida statutes relates to land use planning around airports. Now, admittedly, that is around public airports. It does not mandate that you employ these around a private airport. However, an airport is an airport. The dangers are the same whether it says it's a public or a private airport. And I think it's instructive when you read, and I'm not going to read it to you because I don't have time, I've got a minute and a half left, when you read how important the Florida Department of Transportation thinks that airports are to the economic infrastructure in a community, and how high-density housing near an airport is highly recommended that you not allow that to occur. Their expert's going to get up and talk about airport safety zones. Well, admittedly, there are airport safety zones that are designed to avoid certain dangers. The approach, immediate areas on landing and takeoff, there shouldn't even be roads, never mind bushes or anything else. We get that. There's noise abatement areas. We get that. But do we need to put this development, high-density development, in the immediate area of this airport? We're just asking for problems. And I want to remind you of one other thing. Hidden Lake Airport also serves as an emergency landing airport for many aircraft. Recently, we had a Coast Guard Jayhawk helicopter had to make an emergency landing on our airport property because of an engine malfunction. We've had aircraft crash on takeoff going out of Hidden Lake Airport. It happens. It's not common, but it happens. If we take off on the southwest runway and have to make a right-hand turnout, whether for traffic or we're being directed by the FAA to make a turnout on an instrument departure, we're going to go right over that apartment structure at 300 or 400 feet at full power. I also want to point out to you, Hidden Lake Airport is your emergency airport in the west side of this county. There is no other airport west of US 41 since Tampa Bay Executive Airport was closed, and we operate under an emergency management agreement with you to allow emergency aircraft, humanitarian aircraft, military aircraft to land.
Appreciate
So
it very
we would
much.
encourage that you vote no on this. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your attention.
Hey, Mr. Chair, can we have a 5-minute recess before we do? I mean, I don't know if anybody else does, but I wouldn't mind a 5-minute recess before we go into rebuttal.
I have the gavel. We'll have a 5-minute recess.
That's the only time you get to have together.
That's pretty funny.
All right.
I like that.
Short recess. Shouldn't have left that. We'll call the meeting back to order, but we have a couple people we need to be sitting up here. One's our county attorney. So,
We only have one male restroom back
There he
there.
is.
so here he comes. And I've learned one lesson today. I've learned not to turn the gavel over to a lady. Thank you.
You would disagree with
So, but she does pretty good. Okay. Ms. Wilhite, your rebuttal?
Thank you, Commissioners. Before my team comes up here, who are the technical experts on the non-land use issues, you've heard a lot of testimony, and a lot of it is based upon, picking things out of the comp plan and picking things out of the code. For example, 901.6, those are the development standards that we have to comply with. So we can't be inconsistent with the actual development standards we have to comply with. You heard quoting of comp plan policy that apply to your rural areas. Yes, I acknowledge that policy, but it doesn't apply here. The airport presentation, I have an airport airspace expert that I'll go through, but I noticed something really important. Didn't talk about it being an airspace hazard, Mr. Laporte didn't. Didn't talk about it being inconsistent with the runway protection zone, which protects takeoff and landings. Didn't talk about it being a land use compatibility issue if you had land use compatibility zoning. The actual things that you look at for airports under Florida statutes 33303, there's no issue with, and he didn't debate any of those things. So I'll have my expert quickly go through and just explain to you what his analysis consisted of. But when it came down to it, I wrote it down, which is basically density in an airplane may fall out of the sky. Well, as I flew into Tampa Airport over the weekend, there's lots of and that's a major airport, there's lots of buildings that are high, there's hotels, there's a lot of different things, and my expert can address that.
Mr. Chairman, just to cover that one subject, do I have a question for her? When your subject comes up, it talks about high-density development. So instead of being more rural, more density as far as an issue. It talks about, on his map, how the downwind flight trail that they would go on, the flight path would have to circle around and go right over that. Have them cover that. And it also says in here that tall structures should not be around an airport as well. So have them address all those that are in the booklet.
Yep, got all those things? Okay, well, why don't I let him stand up here and
Okay.
hear from somebody other than me for a few minutes.
All right.
Presentation.
I guess you might as well tell us who you are.
Yep, sorry. Douglas Saunders with CNS Companies. My address is 1118 Winter Springs, Florida, 32708. All right, so Doug Saunders, I already told you where I'm from. So I've been doing this business for 20 years, only aviation engineering. I'm a professional engineer. Always done layout in Florida and across the United States at probably hundreds of airports. So do a lot of layouts for small airports and big airports. Here we go. Overview plan, we know where the job's at, and everyone's kind of referred to that quite a bit. So regarding the flight procedures, very common. It's the VFR airport, and I'm going to say I'm all about safety. I mean, that's my business, being a professional engineer. So I want to make sure we're all about safety, but that's why there's standards. You can't have an overabundance of safety or abundance of caution. I mean, you'd never be able to build anything in the world. So really, the FAA for VFR follows FAA, which is Federal Aviation Administration, so no acronyms. Advisory circular 90-66B talks about VFR, visual flight rules for flights. He did mention standard left-hand traffic, because that's how the planes come in. As you see, the white kind of flies in across. Really, that base leg he mentioned is really pilot choice. If it's VFR, that's not someone choosing that leg. They're choosing when they want to turn. It's their choice. They can choose wherever they would like to. And again, that location, they're sitting 500 to 600 feet above the top of the apartment complex. And mind you, the power lines that are Long Ridge Road are 10 to 15 feet higher than the highest point of that apartment complex is going to be. Takeoff. When they take off on 2-3, he did mention about IFR, which is instrument flight rules, but typically it's VFR, and even, which is visual flight rules. So even when it's IFR, instrument flight rules, technically they're supposed to follow their left-hand traffic. If they're going right-hand traffic, they're going against traffic, so it's going to be uncommon if they do that. And so they really should fly out to Plain. So they should fly past the apartment complex. And on our normal procedure, they're actually going to turn left base when they take off over the college is their normal procedure. Talk about public zoning regulations. That's again, we already talked, this is a private airport, so this isn't really relevant. But even if it was, it wouldn't matter. This is all about noise. This could get built where it's at based on statute 3303, as we talked about. It's fine, it can go there, even if it was Tampa International, Clearwater National. Safety and protection zones. None of these zones are within this apartment complex. There is a Aurora protection zone, which is where planes would normally, it's by the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, keeps the area safe. That's where planes could potentially go down to Lakeland, as he mentioned. Now, that area is on Ridge Road, and it's actually in the college. So those are areas of concern for the airport, but not really for the apartment complex. Regarding tall structures, so tall structures is very important. We don't want an object sitting way up in the air. So that's why they have things called threshold siding surfaces, Part 77 surfaces for all these types of surfaces they have here. Well, we evaluated that. So if you go to this area here, there's power lines along Ridge Road on the surface. Technically, but our area is considered the horizontal surface, but it's way above us. We're sitting at elevation 95, the surface is at 176, so we have a clearance at 81 feet. So in FAA's mind, it's perfectly clear. Tall structures do not matter. Anything can get built as long as it's within that area, so it's good to go. And in the end, really, I concur with the FAA's determination. The Federal Aviation Administration reviewed this project and said it was a determination of no hazard to air navigation. I concur with that, and our report's in there as well.
Thank you. I'll have Steve Henry come up. A lot of conversation about traffic, and so let me have Steve Henry address that.
Okay. Good afternoon. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did the traffic analysis for this project. As indicated, this is a plan amendment, so there's a series of analysis we have to do for projects. This one being a plan amendment, we do what's called a needs assessment, and that actually looks at the project and looks at the 2045 volumes and roadway network to determine whether or not this plan amendment will have an effect on the 2045 roadway network. And that was what it was done, and that's what Ms. Wilhite had indicated, the VC ratio that is out there today based on the projected 2045 volumes with the increase in traffic associated with this project. In addition to that, as we go through the process, we will do what's called a timing and phasing analysis to look at the level of service of the adjacent roadways, and then we also do an access management analysis. That gets into much more detail of the project. Those analyses have actually been submitted to the county and in a review right now. But one thing I want to say is that we do not have access to Tanglewood Drive. We have no access to it. There's not proposed to be any access to that other than emergency access. So when we looked at the distribution of traffic, today there may be traffic going through Tanglewood. Part of that reason is, as some of the residents had said, it's to get to the retail on 54, it's to get to the veterans. Well, what's changing out there is Ridge Road. Ridge Road is now going to go to the Suncoast Parkway, much faster way to get to the Suncoast, and then instead of going down Tanglewood to Cubulus and then down Starkey, is to go make a right out of the project, go down to the Suncoast Parkway. In addition to that, ultimately that's going to go to 41. In addition to that, as you all know, the Project Angeline, which is currently under construction, that is going to have retail, going to have jobs, going to have Moffett, going to have schools. So there's quite a bit of, from that standpoint, that's why we looked at the traffic distribution changing. And that our distribution, we believe, is correct in looking at that and where people are going. Because if you were going to use Tanglewood to come from the south, you'd have to come up to Ridge Road, make a left. You then have to make another left into the project. So the ability to do that and the propensity to do that is minimal. Also, talking about the students. In the staff report and actually in our calculations, there's only 27 elementary students based on the Pasco County calculation of number of students that would be generated by this project. Not all those would go to that school, but that's the number. It's not 40 or 50 that you kept hearing as to that number of students.
I'm sorry, how many? I was looking for that.
27.
Okay.
That's the number of elementary students that would be projected to be generated by a multifamily project. And then finally,
How does that break out? I know it's a multiplier per unit. Is it
correct, yes,
point-
I actually have that. I can tell you what
five
that
or
is.
something like
It is, so I don't want to misquote, multifamily is .115 per dwelling unit is for multifamily. For single family, it is .18. So a single-family home has a little bit more number of students than a multifamily project would. And then finally, one of the things that kept coming up was that the traffic on Tanglewood and the amount of impact the school has on that traffic. Again, if you now have alternative ways to go, which you didn't today, would you use that if you have to sit in traffic at the school when you're trying to cut through? Probably not. You have alternative ways to go now with the Ridge Road extension. So that includes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Did you, yeah. You can go first, I'll go second.
No, I just had a question. You mentioned your guesstimate was 20 students, is that what you stated?
Well, that is your school board's calculations, 27 students. That is what they use in their factor to determine how many elementary students would be generated by a
How
multifamily
many people are you estimating that would live in these apartments?
We don't estimate
Number of apartments.
people.
Pardon me?
I mean, our traffic, the analysis that we do is based on the number of units, not necessarily the number of people in the apartment project.
Okay, do you know, or maybe Ms. Wilhite, do you know what the typical average is for an apartment complex? Is this 230, is that right?
Correct. For the
230?
number of people that would be living there, I do not know. We don't, our traffic generation is
know.
not based on that.
I know,
Okay.
but,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
but can I just keep going? So,
sorry.
I mean, you're probably, 230, you're looking at 581 people by US averages from that.
Again, I don't,
So I'm just trying to figure, and I'm just curious how you're getting, you're saying the school board got 20, but I would assume they
Yeah.
would, what?
27.
27. I'm just trying to figure out where those numbers came from. I would think you'd estimate per household, and there's so many people are going to be estimated per household.
It's about units,
It's a
not
formula.
household.
It was
Formula, and I have the formula.
Single-
I have the
single
formula,
people
though.
live
I
in
have,
there.
I have the formula.
.115
Yep.
times 230
Yeah,
I can send you
is
that.
26.45.
I have it right here.
It's in that PowerPoint, yeah. there's a page.
2.53.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
2.5
generate by the unit too.
Yeah, 2.53, 570. So I'm just trying, my question was, again, how do you get 27 out of
It's
581?
230 times .115. 1.18 is single families, and so for multifamilies, it's .115 times 230, which is 26.45.
Mr. Chairman?
No, I was next.
Hold it.
Yeah, she was.
Well, I want to give him his answer. So it's 27 elementary, it's 12 middle, and 16 high school. That's by the
Okay.
calculation.
Gotcha.
Ms. Starkey?
It's a traffic question. I gotta see if I can ask this right. So 3% of project traffic will travel on Tanglewood, going to other places. So, because the grocery store is down to the right, jobs are mostly to the right. But if they want to go to some restaurants or shopping, some could go down Tanglewood. I drive down Tanglewood every now and then. What number is 3%?
that equates to about 80 trips per day would be.
And is that during how many hours?
That is 24 hours a day.
So well, I don't think you would divide that by 24, because people hopefully are driving down there at 3 in the morning. But yet you could say in a 10-hour day or 12-hour day.
Typically, I mean, for peak
Before-
hours, the PM peak hour might be 5 or 6. In the
Cars.
morning, right. In the morning, it may be 6 or 7 cars. Again, it's spread throughout the day, but that is
No
Yeah.
more warrants.
Estimates that we give are based on a 24-hour day. That's how ITE does it.
Okay.
Granted, during the peak periods, it goes up and then it dwells
Yeah.
off. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there's probably 0 doing it, correct?
Right, if it were in a graph form, you wouldn't show too many in the overnight hours, but it would be,
Correct. It
but
peaks.
spread out during the day.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Mariano?
So at that 3% number, I just find it a very hard number to understand. You did the test during the COVID times, or was it done before?
Well, so two things. One is the needs assessment that we did, which is what this one, this was done based on your 2045 volumes. So it really has no effect on, COVID has no effect on those. Those are all model volumes looking at what the 2045 projection is for traffic. We use the ITE trip generation, which again is not based on COVID. We did do a timing and phasing and access management analysis, and we did do counts during COVID. Although we have monitored traffic throughout COVID, and when we did these counts based on area-wide studies that we have been doing in Pasco County, the COVID had very little effect on the traffic during the PM peak hour. And we've done those counts. Your staff has looked at those. Your traffic people have looked at that and have said the volumes have come back to pre-COVID numbers.
Because I imagine if I'm traveling from, I'm going to Suncoast Parkway, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to go hit along 54. There's all sorts of shopping down there that's, you can't get just at the end of Ridge Road. And all those people are going to be traveling through there. They're going to get off early at 54 rather than come up to the Ridge Road extension, do their shopping, they come back up that way. They've got to be coming more trips than that on Tanglewood Drive.
Well, again,
hang on.
Okay.
Do you factor that in, or are you just looking at numbers based on 2045, where so many people are going to now use Ridge Road that aren't using it now, because now they get to Suncoast and 41, that those numbers are going to dwarf immense numbers over what's going on right now. But those still people are coming back in that area. I still think the number of trips, did you do the wholesale kind of like trips that are going to be coming back up through compared to what's going on right now?
Well, and if Ridge Road were, as it was 5 or 10 years ago, still out a ways, might be a different story. But here we actually have it under construction. The interchange and road will be open this year. You've got Angeline that's under construction, doing major construction out there. So from that standpoint, today on the roadway network, you are probably correct. There may be more. But that roadway network is changing next year. And so from our standpoint, that's what we looked at was what is going to happen in the very near future to that roadway network. And it is going to change it significantly because you've got a brand new road, you've got a brand new interchange, so it is going to change the traffic patterns in that area significantly. So our belief is that the distribution that we have in there is a reasonable distribution based on where the demands are for the attractors and the roadway network that they will use to be able to get there.
Okay, and I think your calculations are probably accurate percentage-wise. But what I'm trying to get to is what's the gross number? How many trips are going down now to what's going to happen later on when these units come in? Because all of a sudden, you're going to have 230 more units, 500 some odd people. They're going to be coming from somewhere over there, most likely, by your own calculations. And a lot of those people are going to come out down 54 and come up Tanglewood going that way. When they're coming home, if they're going to stop and do something, whether it be go eat, go get some groceries, or something else coming up there. Have you looked at what the wholesale number of the gross number of trips are for that?
That's what we're saying. It's about 80 trips per day is what we're estimating would be the gross additional impact of traffic on Tanglewood once the Ridge Road and all that is done, and with the full development of our project. Because again,
So it's 80 trips additional.
Correct.
How many is it right now?
How many does this property put on there?
Right now,
Obviously 0.
No,
All right, how many trips are on the road
Oh, how many trips are on the road today?
today?
I can tell you there's probably, we haven't done daily counts, but it's probably somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 trips per day on Tanglewood Drive.
And what is it going to go to when these come up?
Add 80 cars to it. So again, you're looking at probably, the the amount of the percent increase in traffic is going to be negligible. It will not be discernible.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Moore?
Well, you guys gotta. Thank you. Just a question, maybe it'll help me to see how you got to these numbers. So how many cars do you guesstimate per unit?
I don't want to.
That's okay.
But now you're looking for daily or peak hour?
No, I want to know how many cars per unit you guesstimate. So there's 230 units. How many cars are you guesstimating per unit?
Again, we don't do it based on the number of cars. What our analysis is based on, ITE, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, uses formulas based on the number of units. And what we're looking at is how much traffic does that generate.
Okay.
Somebody could have 5 cars, but they can only drive 1. So what they look at is how many vehicles. So what they'll do is they'll put a hose across a driveway for a project like this, a multifamily, and find out how many cars go across that hose on a daily basis, on a peak hour basis.
Okay.
We don't care how many cars are in the parking lot.
Yeah.
We care how many cars go across that hose. And so that's what we look at, and that's what IT looks at, and that's what we're looking at. So we don't really know how many cars people own.
Do you, just from your background and your, and your professional opinion, would you say 1.77 cars per unit is about right?
Actually, based on ITE, because we do a lot of parking studies, it's about 1.5, 1.6 in that range is about what we're seeing as far as a parking ratio.
So probably 400 plus cars then is what we're looking at.
Probably,
Right, about right?
right.
Okay. Okay.
Let me ask you, but the formula you're using is a formula we use for all projects.
This is
For
this is
project-
national data. We use it for every project in Pasco County.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what I was saying.
that's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have heard a lot. I do want to just go through compatibility, because you've heard a lot about compatibility. Is there anybody get my slide presentation back up so I can put on the concept plan? What I want to tell you as the site plan's coming up, as we get the PowerPoint back up, is that there's no residential homes adjacent to residential homes. There's 5 homes adjacent to this property that aren't already buffered by wetlands. There are homes, our property goes down south, but there's wetlands along our southern boundary. So there's 5 homes. We are a project on Ridge Road. We're not in Tanglewood. We're a project on Ridge Road with 5 homes adjacent. When you look to that house on Tanglewood that has an adjacency, and I've looked at it very carefully, there's existing trees, very mature trees, both on their property and on our property. And we're going to keep the trees on our property for that, to buffer that home, in addition to putting a pond in that location and keeping our buildings a football field away. On the east side, on the west side, where the 4 homes are, if there's an issue with the wall, their existing wall, my client can, if anybody's like would talk to my client, we can talk about that wall and anything that would be done to help their existing situation. We are planning a very dense buffer along those 4 homes. We'll work through that in the MPUD with county staff to meet their satisfaction. As Mr. Pito said to you, compatibility in this context is about site design. And we've done a lot to design our site very specifically to meet the comp plan site requirements for this property next to Res 1. I would say those 4 homes, as Commissioner Starkey said, to the west are not 1 acre lots, not 3 acre lots, not 5 acre lots. They're 0.65, 0.71, 0.61, and 0.63. So they're more closer to half acre lots. And again, right now, the zoning allows homes behind them 35 feet off their homes. Our buildings will be 300 plus feet, a football field away. In summarizing, you've heard.
But wait, Barbara,
Go
those pink blobs there, squares, rectangles, whatever.
Yes.
Parking garage.
So these are parking garages. Thank you. I put this up and then didn't do anything with it. These are parking garages. They were to have residences over top of them, but when there was any concern about proximity of residences in proximity to those 4 existing homes, although I'm not sure anybody was here today for those homes.
They were.
Okay, then we took off those, and they're not going to be occupied. Those are just garage units along here and here and along here.
Okay. Barbara, did you have something else you wanted to receive?
Yeah, sure, I just wanted to wrap up. Yeah, unless there's any other questions about compatibility and.
Need a motion?
Well, no, are you continuing on, because I have questions. Are you
Sure,
continuing
let
on?
me just finish, and then I just have a summary, my
Okay.
last little summary thing.
Did you have something to receive and file?
Yes, I do.
Oh, move
Thank
to
you.
receive and file.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Motion
I wrote
passed.
that 4 times to not forget to say that, and I forgot it anyhow.
What are we receiving?
And that's that's the PowerPoint and the study from.
Yes,
That you passed out before they started.
correct,
Okay.
correct. Thank you. So let me just summarize here just quickly. Our plans, your plans that you've put in place for many, many years. I thought it was interesting to hear from the gentleman who used to work at the county. I worked with Mr. Bramlett and Mr. Parikh too. I left in 2008. They left around the same time. That may have been the situation when he was here, but your plans changed. Your plans changed in 2006, 2008, 2010, 2013. You changed your plans to make this an urban service area. So to look at what those plans were, maybe when he was there, those are prior plans. Your plans that you've been working on since 2006 for the last 15, 16 years for this area, for this property, follows your infrastructure, very methodically follows your infrastructure. My developer followed your plans. He looked at everything that your adopted plans say for him to do and where to make his investment in Pasco County, and he followed it. And he followed where you want it, and there's all the reasons why you have those policies in place we went through. Staff, in coming up with their professional opinion, also followed your plan. I thought Mr. Pitos explained the comp plan, explained compatibility and transitional uses and site design and all those things really well. Single-family homes coexist all over the county with multifamily, with much less setbacks and buffers than football fields. So with that, this is a transmittal. We have a ways to go. This is the first step. You're not approving anything today. We have to work with the county on the MPUD to make sure that all the things that I've shown here, we actually have to do. With regard to this lot, staying Res 1, that's actually a benefit for the community because it can never be developed with any of our apartments or any of our commercial. It has to be what we're going to do with it is a pond. So it's actually a benefit to the community by having that land use remain in that place next to that one existing home that's adjacent to us on the southeast. So we'd ask for you please to transmit it. Let us continue to work on this with your staff, work on the MPUD, answer any other questions
Someone lean against our lights.
that you have.
Oh my gosh, just.
Mr. Chairman.
They're both doing it.
You're not allowed to do that.
And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have,
Any-
Mr. Chairman, I have a few.
Ms. Fitzpatrick?
I would like to clarify just a few things because I've heard some rumors. The trees that you were planning on putting in, they're supposed to grow 15 feet a year? Is that true or not correct?
Let me have my project engineer.
To help with buffering.
Where,
Those
15?
trees there, they are.
That's, yeah, super trees.
These are some.
I recognize this.
Commission, Jeremy Couch with Tampa Civil, 17937 Huntingbow Circle in Pasco County. The trees grow anywhere from 6 to 12 feet a year, depending on fertilizer and water. These are super fast-growing trees, primarily used for buffers.
Thank you. It was 178,000 residents in a square circumference of this area?
In 2 miles.
In 2 miles.
Yeah, long way.
I'm still going back and forth with the airport, because I know we've talked about airport protection plans, but I have 3 different photos showing 3 different areas I have from county staff where it does not go over. I have from Mr. Laporte where it does go over, And then I have from an air personnel that it's like right on the edge. So I'm just trying to clarify exactly where the airport yellow protection lines are going to be.
Let me have Doug come up here.
And that wasn't a very
I think this is probably the slide that you just had in your hand.
Yes, because I've got two, and that's like in the middle of the other two.
Yeah, this is a line that represents the land use compatibility. If you were doing land use compatibility for a public airport, this is an area where you would look at the compatibility of homes and in proximity to an airport.
So that would be the airport protection area when we do in the future look to adopt one of the airport protection
Your
plans.
land use compatibility protection area, yeah.
This is not going to be a public airport, though.
Right.
The Hidden Lakes is not a public airport, so they're showing you what, if this was a public airport, what that protection area would be. But this never will qualify under 333 unless it's taken over by a public entity.
And then just to clarify, this is or is not affordable housing?
This is not affordable housing. This is Class A, income qualified, 60 to 65,000 a year to be able to rent. My client has other projects. This is not his first project, and he has an outstanding track record of the projects that he's put in these other communities.
And you're in a future land use hearing, and that is an irrelevant question.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you. Future land use. Thank you for your,
Okay, I had a question.
thank you, everyone.
All right, Ms. Starkey?
Just because it was brought up about the sewer lines and the infrastructure, so we know the road infrastructure's there, the trails there. So if you could speak to the investment of the sewer, and knowing that our state's trying to get off of septic, no one in Tanglewood is going to be required to get off of septic, but I'll tell you, our governor and our Senate president is trying very hard to get people off septic. So what's going on with the sewer lines here?
Sure, I think Mr. Corbala's, he stated this before, you have capacity, you have the existing infrastructure and capacity to take the water and provide water and take the sewer from this project. We have to extend a sewer line and water lines to this property at the developer's cost. There was some confusion that the county would have to pay.
I just wanted you to
Their
clarify
policy
that.
is, and they do it really well, their
Commissioner
policy is
Starkey.
to have developers pay to extend their infrastructure as opposed to putting it on the county. And this is a really good example of how that policy in motion works. And you can do that when you have density. And quite frankly, when a lot of the correspondence that I saw from the residents was, make this a low-density project like us on well and septic, and we can't do that anymore in Pasco County. Your policies are against that, and when any client asks me about that, I'm like, no, we don't do that in Pasco County.
So, and I would say it's bizarre that we have a community college that they had to go through the back and go through that neighborhood to get on county facilities. We have a major manufacturer, defense contractor there. What are they? Are they on septic? Yeah, so that's kind of
Well, we will make.
old school.
We will better that
Yeah.
situation.
So
How many miles?
I find it an improvement that we're bringing some infrastructure like this down Ridge Road. And frankly, we should talk about this again one day. I brought this up to Mr. Carbala. In my opinion, when we're building a road, I wish we could put the infrastructure in and then have the developer space back. Because I think it's dumb to build a road, then come back and tear it up. I think if we could get ahead of that and then have them pay us back, it'd be better for everybody. So, let me see if I have any other questions for you. Well, there were a lot of real estate discussions here of loss of value. And I'll just let you all know, I called 3 brokers to ask if they thought an apartment complex on Ridge Road here would have any effect on any homes in the surrounding area, and they said absolutely not. And I
That's it.
I look at Foxwood and Trinity, when the apartments at Duck Slough came in, and no impact at all. Sean Foster lived there, and he said there was absolutely no impact and the values have gone up. So And that's even closer than what this is to some of the residents. So I just wanted you to know that I did talk to professional brokers from 3 different agencies who gave me that opinion.
Okay. Any
I've met-
questions? Mr. Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Barbara, would you put up slide that you have on compatible, or past the 2025 comprehensive plan? Exit
Is it a
2.2.
table, Commissioner?
Exhibit 2.2, yeah.
Did I do that? Is it, this a table, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Is
the
that what it
table.
is? Okay.
Is that in this?
It is, yep.
What is it, Jack?
Exhibit 2.2, it's the 2025 comprehensive plan of Pasco County.
I'll just try to tell you what page it is.
It's right before our concept plan. There you go. Thank you.
Now, even with my readers, I couldn't read this, so I had my assistant blow it up.
That
So-
tells you how I can read it.
There you go. So when we look at the densities from Res 1 all the way down, you've got to move up 5 categories to get to this density that's being set up. And what it says on there, it put an asterisk where it could be, can be compatible, transitional use with sensitive site such as transitioning lot sizes, sufficient buffers, limited building heights, architectural controls, limited hours of operation, limiting adjacent uses, passive, unobtrusive uses, may require an MPUD or CPD zoning to address these issues. Public use compatible varies greatly with proposed uses. Because public uses support neighborhoods, these uses are appropriate near residential areas through special buffering may be required. Now, when it gets to the transitioning as far as lot sizes, there's no transition here. These are just small, tight apartments that are just put in. Sufficient buffers, I mean, if your height's going to be so much of a height, I mean, how high is the fence going to be, the wall's going to be, so it doesn't block someone's view and the privacy that they've got in the backyard. Limiting building heights, I don't see any limit on the heights here. When I look at that, I go back to what, and I'm going to bring Terry to, because I had him ask this question while some of the questions were being asked. I says, Terry, someone made reference that this was a different land use earlier, like an agricultural. And you told me back in 1979, this lot was a state residential. Now, if this was still a state residential, this would not be compatible, correct?
Well, I think Mr. Zodian had pointed out that the future land use is original to the comprehensive plan, so the Res 1. What we had identified was that the original zoning district was a state residential.
Okay.
Which carries with it the capability to do various agricultural uses that are particular to the property, so for private purposes.
Was that, would that be considered, so the zone, you tell me the land use didn't change, just the zoning changed?
Correct. The zoning changed in 1989, I believe.
All right.
Here's the sheet.
All right, so land use was still Res 1, that didn't change?
Yes.
And it's still, even with that zoning, you wouldn't consider this to be a rural area?
Today?
No, back in 1979, would this be considered a rural area if it had that zoning in place? That would matter to what we're talking about here today.
I don't know that I can answer what the rural designations were in 1979. but-
State residential is an agricultural category. if that's-
Aristida
if
is
that's
a
the
state
question.
residential.
Which is considered rural.
Aristida
So,
is a state residential.
okay, so when I look to the chart that Mr. Harrison showed, there was like 2 sets of Res 1. One was rural, one was not. And if this was a state residential, would not that be rural? And should we not be treating this as a rural area? Is my question.
Okay, yes, so what I would say is that when the comprehensive plan was updated to include the various Northeast rural provisions, Res 1 was also touched at that time to specifically reference the northeast rural area as the rural area for being referred to in Res 1, because it has that note in section A6 of the future land use appendix.
But you're talking northeast rural, I'm just talking about this area, whether it would be considered that residential rural area or the residential higher density area, I
Yes.
guess.
Right, but the rural area that is being referenced in the Res 1 definition in the A6 appendix
Okay.
is specific to northeast rural area. And it would not apply in this case because it's not the northeast rural.
Okay.
And also, this is the urban concentration area, urban service area. So the two different areas.
All right, so tell me what you think as far as, why didn't we put a force main in, or why didn't we put a sewer line in if we wanted to make this higher residential densities? Why wouldn't we have done that?
The utility typically does not speculate when it puts in utility lines that's driven by development, and as Ms. Wellhite said, we put the burden on the developer to install those lines.
We need to fix that. So,
I'm going to bring up, well, actually, when she's done, I can talk about other stuff.
Ms. Starkey?
no,
You
no.
done?
I think those were, I mean, I have comments for us, but can you put the picture up of your rendering of it? Because
Yes.
it shows the, no, you had a picture
All
of
the way
what
to the
it looked
beginning.
like. I don't think it was in that presentation.
Oh, if you go to the beginning, it's got a
Oh, is
picture.
it- is it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's the cover.
I'm sorry, should let you drive.
So, just to go back, I guess we can touch on the crime thing too. So, what are the rules as far as criminal activity and residence?
Yeah, so they're all criminal background checks, and if they're convicted of a felony or if convicted of a crime, then that gives them eligible to evict them.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Oh, is this the
I'm
wrong
going to
kind of-
I'm going to tell that commissioner what I told this commissioner. You're now into the details of the rezoning.
Okay, I just wanted the residents to understand that part, but.
We need to finish.
Okay. Oh, well, I did have a question on the Burt Harris and the airport. I mean, and Mr. Laporte's an attorney. I'm not. She's an attorney, but I do know, you have to be careful when the property rights of one group affects the property rights of another. For example, when we were developing Longleaf years ago, the homes that were bordering in Fairway Springs along Longleaf came here and said, do not let them rezone because we want to look at the pastures, and we bought this house to look at the pastures. So, that would have been a real Burt Harris, I think, a real infringement on our property rights. And if this is not in the airport zone, the actions of those using the planes can't just go willy-nilly and take away the property rights of other people unless it's, it shows a problem, and this is out of the problem. So I think that if you based your decision on that, that would be kind of a Burt Harris thing, I think. Is that right?
I agree with that.
I know I didn't say that in
And
lawyer
I think that's
speak.
why the statute the statute weighs out and says, because if it's a public use airport, then we think these regulations are appropriate because you got to balance those property rights. And so, but we've shown that even if it was a public use airport, we're not in any of those protection areas, and none of those protection areas none of those provisions in the statute would preclude this project, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you, though, you are in a comprehensive plan amendment hearing, and this is, and so I'm not sure that Burt Harris would even apply in the current context that we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
All right, what's the
Mr. Chairman.
pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, so basically today we are changing the future land use from Res 1 to a planned development, and that doesn't mean anything specifically is going on there. Right now, we're just changing
Well,
land use.
you're transmitting to the state that you wish to change the land use from.
Right.
But they've also we have been presented what project it is, though.
Oh, yeah.
And that will also be back before you as a separate hearing.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying.
And then
we
we'll
have
come
been
again.
said that, though.
So what's the pleasure of the
Mr.
board?
Chairman?
So, okay, well, I'll go
I have
after
more
Jack.
discussion, so I thought we were talking
Yeah.
a bit more.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I'm done with the applicant. All right, so when we look at, and we heard the conversations about the downwind flight, and this is for the county attorney, is that something that's relevant to be considering as we look at doing this comprehensive plan amendment? Is that something we can consider that has relevance, Mr. County Attorney?
What is relevant is that there is an airport proximate to this piece of property that you are changing the future land use classification. Ultimately, this all becomes is the change from Res 1 to PD consistent with your comprehensive plan and compatible with the development that you've already put in place in this area?
The term spot zoning came up. Is that inappropriate to think about that term?
Again, it's more, you've got a future land, if we were dealing with the numbered future land use classification, so if you've got Res 1 and you're going to put Res 24 next to it, is that an appropriate comprehensive plan designation directly adjacent to one another? This is PD, which is a little different, which means it can be anything in the grade of from 1 to 24. But that's what basically what the board has to come to grips with is you're changing your plan that will allow future development. Is the new change compatible and consistent with what you've already permitted and is out on the land and is the trend for this area?
Okay, so I can consider all these 1, 2 acre lots, all Res 1 around it, and compare it to, do I think it's appropriate to allow something as strong as a Res 24, even though it's a PD, to come forward? I can use that in my judgment.
If you yes, I think you can consider that in
When I look at some,
in your evaluation
Okay.
of whether this is an appropriate category to change to.
all right, when I look at a road like Tanglewood Drive, that's a road that backs up, as we heard, for 40 minutes, 50 minutes a day, actually twice a day, both coming in, coming out. And even sidewalks putting in there, which would be a whole nother challenge all the way through, to put the sidewalks in for the kids to come back and forth, for all the new traffic coming up and down, the fact there's no lights on the roadway. I mean, I don't want to see a situation like we went through, I'll say 10 years ago at Hicks Road, where, you know, some person, a young child, got hit because there was no sidewalk. And the same thing happened in Seven Springs, where no sidewalk there. For this to go in, even if we put the sidewalk in and made it safer, even if we put the lights in, you're still going to have situations like we have at Fox Hollow right now, with the undulations on Fox Hollow, and you've heard this gentleman come at least twice to speak to us, where because these roadways and water puddles up, you can have kids walking on that sidewalk, and they still got to walk in the water, and they still got to come on the driveway because of the dips in the road. So there's a lot of things to consider, and I think we got a lot of flexibility here to look at.
Well,
You want to answer that?
That wasn't really a question.
Terry?
No, sir.
That wasn't a question.
Just a point of clarification
Okay.
on the density. By my calculation, at 230 units, divided by the gross area of 20.35 acres, it's about 11 dwelling units per acre.
Did you
Not
factor
20.
out the wetlands?
I was looking at the gross acreage.
Did you
so
factor out what the wetlands might have been if 8 instead of 4?
Yes, it can increase it from there, but yeah.
It's still in that category, Res 24.
I would like to clarify, I looked it up. Cypress Elementary gets out at 4:08, so if they're still there at 4:20 and 4:30, that's 12 to 22 minutes. That's not an hour.
You can't talk from,
Well, if anyone else wants to look it up.
all right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, I'll go next. So I guess I look at this a little differently. I don't see it as embedded in Tanglewood. To me, it's on Ridge Road, a road we've spent a lot of money to widen and that's going to be a major road in this county, just like 54 and 52. If this were inside Tanglewood, I would have a very different opinion of this project, but it's not. It's on Ridge Road. It is, what does this say, 600 feet from a community college? So if we were to come build that community college today, would that be compatible in the neighborhood? Or we'd say, no, you can't build a college next to my 1 acre lot. So to me, having apartments 633 feet from a community college makes a lot of sense, although I don't know many students who are going to be able to afford have an income of $60,000 a year. But maybe if we're lucky, some of our teachers can live there. Could you put my photos up, please? We've been having discussions here on the board about apartments. I think when I met with some of the applicants, they actually showed me a map of where this apartment complex was, and the closest apartment complex to it, I think, is the one behind the mall. Class A? I don't know if you can answer that question. Where is the closest Class A apartment complex to this one? I would like that answer. They know, because they did a Class A is a luxury apartment complex with deed restrictions and requirements for tenants.
Starkey Ranch.
Starkey Ranch, Valeris. So we've been going around, my staff and I, looking at who lives in these new apartment complexes that are coming up. It's your deputies. It's your teachers. I asked the school district today, how many new employees do you guys have in the last year? 1,437 new employees. They have 206 vacancies. I can tell you, and maybe some of you know this because this is a great time to sell your house, but you cannot sell your house unless you, excuse me, if some people want to sell their homes now because the values have gone up.
No talking
and I
from
can
the
tell you
audience.
that you can't sell your house unless you have a place lined up to live, and you can't find anything. Our own fire chief sold his house and could not find a place to live. Our friend of ours, who's chair of a party that many of us are involved in, called me up and asked me to help him find a place to live because he's selling his house, he's downsizing, his kids have gone to college, he cannot find a place to move into. So there is a demand for multifamily. This is on a major road. And I think, but I am going to say this. I do think that Tanglewood and the nature of Tanglewood, as the county fills in, and we're going to fill in. Ridge Road when I talked to the brokers today, they told me the land values on Ridge Road are skyrocketing. Because when that opens to the Suncoast end of 41, that's going to be a really attractive corridor. And frankly, all of you all in Tanglewood are going to see a massive escalation of the value of your property. Because it's not very common to find those large lots inside an area so close to the suburban area like what you have. So you will see massive valuations. But I am concerned about Tanglewood as we infill, the property on Little Road is going to come in soon to get developed. The property on Decubulus will be coming in. And I do think we need to consider changing the nature of Tanglewood to a collector. And I think it's going to need a sidewalk. I'm concerned about kids and a school on a road like Tanglewood that doesn't have a sidewalk. And so if that road becomes a collector road, the county maintains it, and I think we should put the sidewalk in. And perhaps with the impact fees that are generated from this project and maybe taxes that are going to be generated, we can get that on the list and get, we have a scoring system for sidewalks, but I could see Tanglewood being a good project for the county to put a sidewalk on one side for the safety and lights. Now, there are lights that can be put on a road that save the night sky. They shine down. They don't take away Actually, that's the rules in the county, but you can still have lights on your road to make it safe. But don't take away that feel that I know a lot of you want when you live out in an area like yours. So let's see if I had anything else here. So these are some pictures from some of the apartment complexes around the area, and it was fascinating to us. Actually, our fire chief told me about this, that a lot of the people who are living in these complexes are our deputies and our teachers. The apartment complex at Sun Lake, you have a high school, a middle school, and a charter school there. It's filled with teachers. So I don't look at these as crime-ridden places, but I look at them as places where our citizens need to live. And if we don't have places like this, then the ones that are there now, I can tell you, because we have such a demand and such little supply for the business people here, what happens? Well, when those teachers' lease comes up next year, they're going to have a massive rental increase. And where are they going to live? They're going to be priced out. So I'm for this project. I'm for helping you with Tanglewood to make sure it's a safe road. I think it's going to end up being a collector road, and the county takes it over, and that's where I am.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Mr. Moore?
Just a couple things. And I appreciate the comments from all the other commissioners. You know my feeling in general. I'm not saying a specific project because we don't know, again, what's going to go on here. But when it comes to the statement of apartments in general, I don't feel we have a huge need in Pasco County because there's so many going up, and there's 4 lease signs out in every single one of them. So I do not feel, in general, if we're going to talk about apartments, that there's some huge need out there because of how many vacancies they are. And that's just a fact. There's tons of vacancies in a lot of these apartments. Well, there is, because I do my homework, and I do my due diligence, and I do my studying, and I've said on many occasions, and I've shown the proof. But that's on that subject matter. But again, we're not taking that into consideration here. Previous, when I looked at this, there weren't as many concerns until I heard about the airport. So I still have that concern, and I talked about it with the applicant. I talked about it with some of the citizens and Mr. Laporte and some of the people I talked to. I'll be honest with you, when I first heard about this project many months ago, I wasn't aware there was an airport next to it. I just wasn't. I was not aware of it until some of the citizens reached out to me and spoke to me, and Mr. Laporte reached out and spoke to me. I was not aware of that situation. So, and then I did watch the Planning Commission meeting as well, and saw some of the testimony from Mr. Laporte and some of the others in reference to the airport. So, the airport's a tough one for me. The airport's a difficult one for me. That's already there. That airport is there. It's been there for a long time. I think some people testified they've flown out of the airport for maybe 40-plus years. So the last thing I would ever want to do is take away somebody's opportunity that's been there for many years. I look at it, where's my right, where's my ability to say, we're going to take that away from you. So if there's a fear at all that people will not be able to utilize the airport anymore, I have a difficult time with that, honestly.
Well, they didn't say that. They said they
I'm
won't.
talking. Thank you. Well, I'm done now.
And I did meet with the citizens. I met at the community meetings and everything, and I understand their concerns. I can understand where they're coming from with their concerns. I also feel that a lot of these concerns can be addressed, and we can fix some of these concerns, such as the school traffic and things like that. I have done a lot of research, whether on the crime rates and looking where law enforcement and teachers do live. Some of them, they work so much, they don't have time to do their landscape and everything else, so they live and choose to live in an apartment. If we take that away, they're not going to have places to live. But again, the traffic is a concern to me, the students being able to get to and from school. but there's a lot of incentives. They would be bringing in $300,000 to the school year annually in taxes, so that would be very beneficial to the school. It can help with a lot of infrastructures as well, so I think it's beneficial.
Mr. Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Moore, you brought up a couple of things about vacancy with apartments. I can tell you firsthand, I had a friend of mine, was in a very nice house, had some trouble with homeless people, moved out to the side, moved up to the apartments at Gulfview Mall. After one day there, he says, I can't live here. Packed up and moved out. They are charging him a per-day rent because until they rent out his facility, they're not going to let him out of the lease, even after knowing just in a day. My daughter's downtown Newport Richey with her husband, and, you know, God bless him, he's going to be going to law school, he's going to be getting out, but he can't get out of that either. So as far as vacancies go, the Gulfview Mall, just so we know, they have room to go put like 2-3 more sets of buildings on there. And I think if they were full out, they'd be probably in the process of going to do that now. So I don't see the huge demand for it, but I'm worried about the quality of life that these residents have bought, invested in, their lives in. I mean, just that they have bought into this community the way it's set up. And I think that what we're going to do right now, you can't fix that road, Tanglewood. You can make it a collector you want, that saves some money, to putting a sidewalk in. And they got in for quietness. They didn't want lights going all the way down either. But between that and the traffic, and I'm telling you, with Fox Hollow, think about this, the dips in the road, when that road dips down and a kid has to walk to school, if they're going to walk to school, and some of them do, I'm sure, or bike ride, even if they could go on the sidewalk, that if it did get built, if it goes underwater, they're still out in the roadway anyway. And as far as, I'm going to go by the residents' word that it's a 50-minute holdup twice a day on that roadway. And we know it's not going to get worse because you're going to add 80 trips a day by just the calculations just at coming in. So it's only going to get worse, either way we look at it. I mean, let's face it, when this comes back to us again, when you get Res 24, and I'm not sure what the zoning is as far as the other things around it, but if they're R1, if that's the zoning of those categories, and that comes in for a zoning after that, I mean, you could say you're doing spot zoning down the road. I mean, it's not a simple issue.
So on the traffic on Tanglewood, to me, 80 cars during a 24-hour period is negligible. But regardless of, so if this doesn't go through and something else comes there, it's been shown, and I think we could ask the traffic expert, a commercial office generates more traffic. And it would be specific traffic, people going to that probably building specifically, I think, but more traffic on Tanglewood. I don't think this project is going to degrade the quality of life for people on Tanglewood, this project. I do think that as we put more development around, just what cumulatively, Tanglewood will see a lot more traffic, just as another way to go. I mean, it is not an easy drive. It's my husband cycles it all the time. It's windy, and it's not a fast road, and it's a road you have to pay attention to. It's not, so I mean, it's not like Little Road, but I'm just saying in the future, I think we need to consider changing the classification of that road. More people, when they're going up to Ridge Road to go across, they're going to take decubulus and go across. But I just think, so I don't feel that 80 cars over 10, 12 hours a day is that much. I will say I have been impacted by the school, Trinity, I think it's Trinity Elementary on Duck Slough. You know not to go down that road in the late afternoon. For about half an hour, you just take one of the other roads. And so I think people may try that one time in an afternoon, but if you're going to get stuck, then you're not going to do that again at that time. However, I do agree that there's things the school district can do to move that along quicker. And I've seen them do it, yeah.
I will be meeting with the schools very soon to try to figure out a different traffic pattern to help address the traffic flow in that area. Whether multifamily comes in or not, at this point, Res 1 converting to a PD, I feel it does follow the future land use.
You want to make a motion? I'll second it.
You can be.
I'll make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation.
Let the district commissioner make the motion. Let her make
Oh,
your
go ahead.
motion. Make your motion. It's your district, you need to start making motions. Either deny or say yes. It's your district, and you gotta start doing this.
I make the motion to convert from Res 1 to a planned development.
And I second that motion.
So. Mr. Chairman.
Quiet. Quiet.
Mr. Chairman, so the motion would be to transmit the change from
Res 1.
Res 1 to.
Yes.
Which is what the motion
Have
is.
anything to do with multifamily.
Okay,
Oh, true.
all right.
Yeah, and I second it.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye? I don't think it's roll call.
It's not roll call for transmittal.
It's not roll call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay?
Okay.
What did you say? Okay.
I said nay.
You said nay?
Nay.
Okay.
Yes, 2 nays.
Motion passed 3-2.
I don't vote by NIMBYism.
Bailiff.
Why I got the broad shoulders. Thank you for coming.
Bailiff. That's not an exit door over there, please. That's not an exit door. Go to the back.
This has nothing to do with apartments.
Thank you.
That's last item, Commissioner. That's.
Where's my other bailiffs I had? I just got one.
They will see when it's built, it doesn't affect them at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
That's the last item.
You ready to go?
We're done.
Have anything else?
No, that's the last item, Commissioner.
Okay. Meeting's adjourned.